Good morning, and welcome to today's Friday, June 10th Planning Advisory Board special meeting. If you wish to address the board regarding an item listed on this agenda, please complete a registration form at the rear of the room and place it in the speaker request box located on the dais prior to consideration of that item. We ask that speakers limit their comments to 7 minutes and that large groups name a spokesperson whenever possible. Thank you for your interest and participation in city government. And at this time, I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Member Coughlin. Member Coughlin. Vice Chair Cross.
Here.
Member Dabney.
Here.
Member Fiore. Here. Member Phillips.
Here.
Alternate Member Tyler.
Here.
Member Veras. Member Veras.
Oh, she's not.
Okay.
She said she was.
Did she say that at the end of the meeting on Wednesday, that she would not be attending today?
She said I believe she is attempting to call in.
Yeah. Chair Selfon.
Here.
Non-voting School Board Rep, Ms. Lockhart. Thank you.
Okay, so since both of our Zoomers, we might be the Zoomies. The Zoom attendees, neither of them were able to speak. Oh, good. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to re-roll call.
Member Veras, are you present?
Ask her to come off mute.
Can you take yourself off mute, please?
Ms. Veras, can you hear us? Maybe not.
That's what we all look like on Zoom.
She is present via Zoom.
Okay, she's present via Zoom.
Member Coughlin. Is Member Coughlin present via Zoom?
All right.
Oh. Ask her
Okay.
to respond by phone.
Can he respond, please?
And can we hear him? Please.
Member Coughlin, can you hear us?
David's adding him in to the participants. Hold on.
Okay. So we can do, if no one objects, then the Pledge of Allegiance while Mr. Freilich works his magic. If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. At this point, I'll ask the staff if they have any changes to the agenda.
We do not have any changes to the agenda, but I would note for anyone watching on TV or in the audience that today we will be hearing items 6A and 6G. The other items, 6B through 6F, were heard on the 8th, on Wednesday, so we will not be hearing those items today.
Thank you very much. Any of the members of the board have any changes to the agenda they'd like to propose? Okay, at this point, I'll ask if there's any public comment on any item not on the agenda today that anyone would like to speak to. I have no slips, but if anyone has any public comment, okay, we'll give you all an opportunity to change your mind and speak at the end then. So at this point, we are ready to turn to our public hearings, item 6A, and I'll talk in a minute, but let me read into the record the title of the ordinance. There has been a corrective change, so I'm going to be reading the title, which is leaving out words that are not perfectly relevant for today. So this morning, this is item 22-T6, an ordinance amending Chapter 58 zoning, Article 2 zoning districts, Division 28, PS Public Service District of the City of Naples Code of Ordinances, approving text amendment 22-T5, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer provision, and providing an effective date.
What? Yep, T6.
I'm sorry, Ms. Martin. One's T5, 6, and the second reference, is it correct as T5?
They're all T6.
Okay. The ordinance in front of me says T5, as printed out last night, so I will reread the title.
Printed out last night from the email that was sent last night?
Yes.
The email that was sent last night was reflective of the changes that were made to the public service yesterday.
Right.
For the Naples players, so that was T5.
Okay, but for this morning, we're T6, so I'm going to do that again, just for the record, so we have it all correct. Okay. So, an ordinance amending Chapter 58 zoning, Article 2 zoning districts, Division 28, PS Public Service District of the City of Naples Code of Ordinances, approving text amendment 22-T6, providing a severability clause, providing a repeal provision, and providing an effective date. Thank you very much. Now, at this point, this is not quasi-judicial, but do we need to have people swearing in who are going to testify, Mr. Brooks?
Not for legislative. This item is amending the code, the land development
Right.
code, to add a use to the public service district and define that use. And that is legislative because you're writing the code.
Right.
So you're not quasi-judicial. You don't have to do sworn, you don't have to do ex parte
Okay,
communication
and
disclosure.
there's no reason to do disclosures then?
No.
Okay, all right. Does anyone
Well,
volunteer?
under the ethics code, you may want to do disclosures anyway.
I was gonna.
Why don't we do
That's what
them
I was gonna
anyway?
say is,
Yeah.
since
To be on the safe side.
yeah, I think since I would have something to disclose at least, then I'd want to get it on the record anyway. So at this point, I'd like to try to do disclosures. Ms. Veras, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, do you have anything to disclose?
Familiar with the site. I received 2 emails, one from Gulf Coast Property Owners Association, I think that GCPOA, and one from Mr. Trachtenberg. I
Okay,
got that name right.
thank you. Mr. Coughlin, are you audibly available?
Yes, I'm audibly available. Thank you for your patience. I will switch over to Zoom in about half an hour, 45 minutes. I have nothing to disclose other than what Ms. Veras already pointed out. I received the same 2 emails.
All right, thank you. Mr. N., can the record reflect that Mr. Coughlin is now participating?
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, then. Ms. Fiore?
Morning.
Good morning.
I did a drive-by of the site, received the 2 same emails, and also received an email from Councilwoman Petronoff regarding the nonprofit language. I believe that was included and not included
Okay,
in some
thank you
different
very-
drafts. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dabney?
Yes, I've driven by the site. I have received quite a bit of written communication from interested parties, all of which I think is part of the public record. And I have heard from several members of the community.
Okay, thank you, sir. Vice Chair Cross?
I also have received a number of emails in support of NCH. I've also spoken with Janet Ferry, and I've had conversations with a council member.
Thank you so much. Mr. Phillips?
I've visited the site on multiple occasions. I received the same positive emails that others have already referenced. I had a brief conversation with Mr. Heinley, where this is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he simply asked me a little bit about procedure, the type of procedure we follow. And then I had an extensive conversation with Mr. Morowski, where I informed him that my wife is a recent member of the board of directors of NCH, the hospital. And we discussed it over time. He said he'd get back to me. He then spoke to chief counsel for the Ethics Commission, and both concluded that I have no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tyler?
Nothing to disclose other than the same as Ms. Veras and Mr. Coughlin. Just the same emails I received as well. And I am familiar with the site, but other than that, nothing to disclose.
Thank you. So I'll start off by saying I have received no emails, so I'm not sure whether my support was a foregone conclusion or if they decided I was just a hopeless cause. So apart from the emails from Mr. Trachtenberg and Mr. Stewart, I have received no emails. I have been in communication, orally and written, with Mr. Grant, counsel for NCH, in working on potential language for a text amendment that is not, that we will be discussing today. I've also been in touch with Ms. Ferry, mostly administratively, discussing those aspects. I've had meetings with the staff, and my conversations have been focused strictly on the parameters of the text amendment and what we could do today. So with that,
Chairman, I have confirmed under section 2977A1 that disclosures are not required in legislative matters, but I think it's okay that we did them, and it's probably a good thing since we had some disclosures about going to the Ethics Committee for the City of Naples and clearances there. So thank
Good.
you very much.
I always feel transparency is a better idea, although the fact that nobody wrote to me, it still makes me feel a little sad. But anyway, so now this morning, with the agreement of the board, what I believe would be the most efficient way to begin is that the Naples Community Hospital has prepared a presentation which is new. Some of it, of course, will be similar to what has been said to council, but there's much new material. And my belief is that, as we have seen, having an overview of the context of what we'll be looking at the text amendment would be helpful to the board and certainly to the residents and the people in the community, because everyone is extremely interested in the topic. And after that, I will ask Director Martin to present the text amendment, her overview of it, and then I will invite public comment, and then we can begin our more detailed conversations. If people want to delve into the details of NCH's proposal, they'll have an opportunity to do that. I'm not telling anyone you can't interrupt the presentation, but I think it'd be a little more orderly if we let the PowerPoint be presented, then we have the staff presentation. But I would definitely want to get public comment on the record before we get too far in our deliberations.
I want to just remind also the members of the Planning Advisory Board that what we're here today is just an amendment to the Land Development Code itself. It's not approving a particular hospital or a hospital plan. We're looking at the text of the Land Development Code. I'm sure some of the comments will get into much more detail on about future projects, future items that may come before you as a conditional use, but we're not here for that today. We're simply doing the Land Development Code. You'll remember on Wednesday we had the Naples Players, and they had a number of concurrent applications. Here, it's much simpler. We're just taking the first one, the amendment to the Land Development Code. So that's where you'll want to focus your attention when you begin your deliberations.
All right. I don't know if I'd use the word simpler, but this is certainly more singular.
Yes.
Okay.
Singular is the
All
word.
right, so at this point, if without objection from the members of the board, I have no idea who is presenting on behalf, so it's Mr. Hiltz. So if you would go up to the podium there and, for the record, identify yourself, please. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, and good morning to those watching on live stream, too. My name is Paul Hiltz, and I'm a full-time resident of Naples. My wife and I live and have lived here in Old Naples for the past 3 years. So this is a project near and dear to my heart because I may need the Naples Heart and Vascular and Stroke Institute. But today I'm here on behalf of 6,000 employees and volunteers who are part of NCH and over 1,100 physicians who are a part of NCH. And we're very passionate about the project that is concerning here with the text change. And again, to reiterate, the reason we're here is to just work on the text change. It's not a rezoning, but this is the path that, in conjunction with the City Council, we think is the best way to accomplish something very important for the city of Naples, and at the same time, protect the integrity of the Naples codes and so forth. I will tell you that over this last year, we have consulted with some of the country's best cardiologists, cardiac surgeons, and you'll hear from John Kling, our Chief Operating Officer, this option that's behind the text change, the 5-story building, is really the only option that will work to accomplish the goals that we want to accomplish. And I say that because anything smaller than the 5-story, and if we laid it out sideways, or we looked at multiple options on how to do this, we would lose any and all efficiencies. It wouldn't be practical for the patient. This is really all about the patient. And really the key thing in healthcare over this next decade is around a war for talent, and to attract physicians and nurses and other technicians to work in a world-class heart center. They're going to want that center to be focused around the patient and not in multiple buildings that are a block or so apart from each other. So that's the reason we're doing this, for the patient, for the community. We think that this text amendment would allow us to accomplish the goal we want, and at the same time protect the city from having multiple high-rise buildings. This would be one 5-story building replacing one 3-story building. That's it in its simplest form. So we appreciate your willingness to talk through this text change. And now I'll turn it over to John Kling, who not only is the COO and MBA and that type, very sharp business guy, but John started many years ago here at NCH as a bedside clinical care nurse. So he's been in the ICU, the CV ICU. He is the one that's been conferring with so many of the clinicians to make sure we've looked at every piece of this thing. And we're very confident that this is the right way to go. And John will give you more detail.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for your time. I'm John Kling, Chief Operating Officer at the NCH Healthcare System. And I'll spend a few minutes here going through some slides, but really, Paul laid it out very well for us. And I think I'll just start our conversation with, we had careful consideration with our physicians and looking at what the current environment is around research and development on stroke, heart, and vascular procedures. The equipment that's necessary for that, we'll get into the people in a second. And our current environment, our current hospitals, everything that's new, the current floor-to-ceiling space, above-ceiling space is not big enough. It's not high enough space. So we've had to, if we're going to continue to grow and develop services, the current facilities don't have the ability to integrate those new technologies into that. And really, I want to reiterate that we've had a ton of conversations, and after careful deliberation and careful consideration, and talking with our physician leaders about modalities and new services that are offered, things we're doing today, this is the only option that we think, that we know will be a viable option for us. So we did take a lot of time and effort. As Paul mentioned, we want to make sure we respect the current city code from a high perspective, the future development in the city, and keep that in mind what really is important to our community. And quality healthcare was at the top of the community's needs that they identified in a recent plan. So we'll get right into it. I won't read word for word because you all can see this, but I think it's important that we really want to integrate all things into one location. And why is that important? So navigation of care, if you've heard that terminology, is really an important aspect for a patient's well-being from a mental and physical perspective. But for example, today at the Baker campus, we have our Heart Institute offices there, our physician offices where outpatient care is being done. And there can be anywhere from 250 to 350 visits a day on our campus today. It's been there for many, many years. And one building is where you see your physician, and a different section of the campus is where you'll get your imaging, and a different section is where you'll get a procedure, and another building is where you get your registration done. And if you've ever been in a situation where you had to have a procedure that was from a new diagnosis, you already have a lot of fear and maybe some concern about what's happening, and then to have to navigate through an unnatural or unfamiliar setting is a challenge. So integration is the key. And also when we look to attract new physicians, new clinicians, as Paul mentioned, This is kind of a standard workflow that many, many organizations who have high-functioning heart, stroke, and vascular institutes are going to. So recruitment is going to be key. When we recruit the world-class physicians and technicians and clinicians, they're going to look for something like this. As I mentioned, we cannot transform our current physical space to meet the needs from a technological or facilities or equipment perspective. It's just not able. We could not build a hospital today like we did years ago so we could not build the Baker Hospital at today's code. It just wouldn't be allowed. And then finally, we really want, this community deserves, and we want to provide really the high level of technology and research. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And this building will help support that in a very consolidated, easy to navigate way for patients and families and staff. So I kind of went through a lot of these already, but one of the things I really wanted to point out here is if you've ever been to our campus, it was built in the 50s and has added on throughout the years. We have 395 beds at this campus. I want to reiterate that this plan for the new building, we are not adding any actual beds to the facility. So the current traffic, patient traffic, will not change. What we're doing is there's currently 54 semi-private rooms in our Baker campus. In this new building, we'll add 54 private patient rooms, which makes the Baker campus an all-private hospital. And I can tell you, in today's code, there's no organization that builds a hospital that's allowed to do semi-private. It's just not allowed in code anymore. So that's something that we think is a really great patient satisfier, and our community deserves that patient, single patient room service. The last year, we added a new 10-bed cardiovascular ICU to support the physicians who we've already brought on to do the foundational framework of this heart program. Right now, so this allows us to add 27 new critical care CV ICU, cardiovascular ICU beds to this facility. Within about a 3 to 5 mile radius, it's in our statistics, but the vast majority of our current patients live in between 3 to 5 miles of this area. So it makes sense that we're putting the care where the need is most required at this time. And also by doing this, we're able to start new modalities, new research trials, new procedures in this facility. And it allows for growth, which is, everyone knows our community is growing, and this really is one of the things that is extremely important about that. Now, as a critical care nurse, and not just an administrator, a chief operations person, I spent a lot of time over the last 12 months talking to our clinical leaders and our physicians and trying to understand, what makes this really the only option. And if you look at, which we'll show in a few minutes, think about what I say right now and a few more slides later. If you look at the clinical flow of a patient, time as manner, it's not just a slogan, it's the reality with healthcare. And by having this type of a building, a program, and an ability to do things in a very focused manner is the key. And we have great outcomes today. We're a top 100 healthcare system. But why is that enough? We want to be a top 50, top 25, and this will help us get there. So we talked a little bit about how will our patients benefit. I've already hit on some of these. I don't want to read the slides. I just want to have some quick dialogue with you all. I think it's important that I just don't sit here and go through this. Integration, outcomes, patient experience, family experience, navigation of care. It's who fills out the patient surveys mostly? The families do. Sometimes patients don't remember their stays in the healthcare systems, and this really is a focus on the holistic family and patient as a whole. So it's not just a building, it's how care is being delivered. It's going to transform how we deliver care in our organization in cardiac. So I'll get into some of the conceptual planning slides. So really our goal is to design a facility that will meet the needs of our community. I've talked through that. We want to create a campus with 100% beds. I've already talked through that. We talked about the new life-saving equipment and procedures that this facility will be required to house those things. Our current facility cannot expand anymore. The ceiling heights are not high enough for the booms in the ceiling that hold the equipment from a technical perspective. And then finally, we really want to manage the expectations of our customers, our patients, our city, our neighbors, and make sure that we're really doing what is right for our patients while respecting the current codes and charters and making sure we protect the integrity and how our city is going forward. And precedent is a very important thing that we want to respect in this project. The challenges, we can talk about this forever, but I think we're all quite aware that that's why we're here, to talk through some of these. The current zoning does not allow us to do something like this, which is why we're here to talk through this. Slosh is a very interesting terminology, but basically it's because of where we are geographically in the country and hurricanes, we're not allowed to put patient care services on the first floor up to X number of feet. So basically the first 12 to 14 feet are administrative support services. We cannot put clinical services on that. If we were up north in a non-floodplains area, that first floor it would be very valuable real estate. But here we have to follow the current code. And just to give you an example, just to start building on the new Telfair property, we would have to put about 2 feet of dirt just to get to where we could put a foundation above the current Baker campus. Because codes have changed throughout the years, and that's nothing to be surprised about. And then stormwater. So existing site without Florida water management permit requirement improvements. So we couldn't do this without totally changing everything over from a stormwater drain perspective as well. And then we talked a little bit about the existing age structure. We can't do some of the things that we know are going to be required for evidence-based care going forward. And as I mentioned at the very beginning of this, we did a lot of due diligence. We spent a lot of time looking at other options. And almost every other option, besides the one we're going to talk about today, would violate the current building code in many ways, shapes, and forms. For example, we're only allowed to have 40% lot coverage for building. The 60% has to be open space. Every other option really takes over the entire remaining open space, which we know is not a good thing for our community, for our neighbors, and we want to make sure that we allow that. Every other option doesn't allow for ample parking. That's a problem as well. So, and then there's the 100-foot setback rules as well, and every other option violates that setback rule as well. So and that's kind of why we're here, as I mentioned. And the existing M Medical District zoning limits to 30-foot maximum. The current Telfair building, which is the site we're talking about, is 41 feet, 8 inches today. So that is grandfathered in right now, but that is already over the existing restrictions for the M Medical District zoning limit. So I kind of went through this really quickly already in some way, shape, or form, but the 54 beds are, so we convert those to private rooms. And I really want to stress again, we're not going to be adding patient rooms. We're reallocating semi-private to private, so patient traffic there won't be more beds for patients to come to from a traffic and a congestion perspective. It's already here. We're going to have 3 new CVORs. That's our cardiovascular ORs, where open heart procedures, where structural heart procedures, where valve replacements are happening, where we're doing we're replacing valves, mitral valves, through little punctures versus cracking shut. These are all things that are latest and greatest things where you can have your valve replaced and go home in 2 days. It's just amazing what the future is bringing to us, and it's here. And so we want to make sure that we can offer that to our community. We're going to be doing 4 new cath labs, where if you have that chest pain, you come in. We call it, code save a heart, and that's what happens. We have the only force CT scanner in Southwest Florida. It's a 680 slice CT. Now that just tells you how many times it goes around really fast, and it can diagnose a heart attack in 2 heartbeats, 1 to 2 heartbeats. The only place that has it, we want to add a second one for outpatient imaging. And as we look forward, and I'm a nurse, I'm not a physician, I want to stress that. As we look to move forward, many heart attacks can be diagnosed via imaging versus having to go into a cath. And then, so that's kind of an example of technology, driving quick diagnostic abilities to navigate patients to the right level of care in the same building. So, and the 15 to 16 foot floor to floor heights, this is what I talked about several times already, so I won't reiterate that, but This is the current code requirements and what's required to support all the functionality for these devices. We thought it'd be important to show you that this is not something that we just came up with here at NCH. There has been a lot of, as I mentioned, due diligence and work, look at other options and what's out there. You can see Baptist Medical Center here in Jacksonville, Florida. This is their Heart and Stroke Institute. It's 195,000 square feet. You can see kind of what's in there: open heart ORs, cath labs, non-invasive cardiology, a 24-bed cardiovascular ICU, very similar to what we're doing. And this is really kind of evidence-based models that we're looking about here. Again, Northwell Health up in New York area. This is their Heart and Stroke and Vascular Institute, much larger than what we're planning, but New York is a different market. But you can see kind of the programming here, the major components that are here. It's very similar to what I've talked about as well. The Illinois Health System building a new heart institute in 2023, 167,000 square foot facility. And if you look at the top left there, effective and efficient care delivery. This is really what I'm trying to talk about from the very beginning. By having one location for all services, it's that efficient navigation of care and uses of resources. Now you go to one facility versus going to four, walking through different areas. So very, very important for us to offer that very efficient, high-level quality care to our patients and their families. And then finally, I'll go through existing overview. You can see here, I think, whoops, let me go back up. So on the bottom left here, you can see that that's the current Telford facility. The blue and yellow square is the district that we're talking about today. In that square is the main Baker campus. And then the bottom, as I mentioned there, bottom center is the current Telford building. This just gives you a different elevation view. So you can see the existing Baker campus here to the top of the penthouses today is 92 feet, 8 inches. To the right here, the Telford building, to the top of it is 41 feet, 8 inches. And we're proposing a new building on the Telford site that you'll see right here is going to be it's actually a few inches or a foot lower than the current Baker roof line, not the penthouse. So we'll talk to that in a second. So we heard from our neighbors, from the community, from council members over the last year. We have an existing facility. Why does it have to be taller? Why can you do something different? And so again, we wanted to make sure that the new building really, to the best of our ability, blended into the campus and was a great addition to our community that kept the integrity of our charter and codes going forward. So as I see here, this is a 5-story concept, about 180,000 square feet. And you can see there then the blue is of the proposed building and the parking structure next to it. This is a same view that we showed in 2 previous slides from the Baker campus to the top in the gray. And then the new 46,000 square foot print of the Heart, Stroke, and Vascular Institute. And then next to it is a 2-level parking garage that I want to reiterate or stress that it's in compliance with all the current charters and codes for height and everything else. We're not looking to do anything outside of the current charter for that. We're just looking, as Paul mentioned, the one building on the Telford site. And this really just goes through kind of the programming of the building floor by floor.
Excuse me just for a second,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Frank. So just for anyone who happened to have tuned in during the presentation, we are not voting on any of this today. As Mr. Brooks said, we're working on a text amendment that would allow the NCH to follow a path forward to accomplish these objectives. This is informational. I think it's consistent with our vision and transparency to the residents, but we're not voting or asking to approve any of the specifics of the proposal. I just say that for those who are joining late. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kling.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's well said. Absolutely. This is definitely meant to be informational. Throughout the last many months, we've had lots of questions. What is the plan? We haven't seen things. So really wanted to, again, try to be as transparent as possible to answer questions for a decision or knowledge to be made. So you can see here on the first floor, as I mentioned, we can't put clinical things because of the FEMA flood slosh requirements, all these technical words that I won't go into. So really, it's kind of replacing the current Telford functionality, which would be community functions as well. So the auditorium is open to a community like it is today. There will be classrooms, education rooms, research and development, medical libraries, graduate medical education will all be on the first floor. And then the second floor is where we're allowed to start putting clinical care programming into. And this is where it would tie into the south side of the current Baker Tower to take advantage of the existing OR and PACU facilities and integrate into the main campus and the sterile processing departments. And this is where we gain capacity with 3 new CVORs, 1 hybrid OR for the structural heart, those cutting edge procedures, the imaging, which I talked about with the amazing CT scanner, and then more PACU beds. And in season today, we struggle with capacity because the current size of our department struggles with the volumes as the community has grown. So, and then on the third floor would be where we would put all of the outpatient offices and procedures and treatments, just right up in the same building, just right above the OR places. On the fourth floor, you can see private patient rooms. This would be the critical care or step-down med-surg beds. Right now, we have in our cardiothoracic step-down units, the not critical care ones, we have many of those are semi-privates. This makes it all private, and we can, as I mentioned earlier. And then on the fifth floor would be our critical care or med-surg. We're trying to figure out the programming still, but 27 more beds. So those are the 54 that I mentioned in the beginning. And then on the top of the hospital, or the building, excuse me, is all the mechanical things that are required to support the facility. And here's kind of, I think was really an important thing for you all to see. As I mentioned previously, the top of the existing mechanical penthouse for the existing Baker Hospital here downtown is 92 feet 8 inches. The top of the existing roof line is 75 feet 3 inches. So habitable space is 75 3 inches today. That's the existing height. In the proposed new building, the roof height for habitable existing space is 75 feet even. So we're actually 3 inches less than the current Baker campus in the new proposed building. Again, we really want to make sure that our neighbors, and it's just very a flowing campus that is not this large monstrosity that I've heard people talk about in the past. And then if you look at the mechanical issues, mechanical devices that have to go on top of the roof, the top of that is 83 feet. If you look at the 92 feet 8 inches, we're a little bit less than 10 feet lower all in on the new building than the existing campus. So we really had a concerted effort to make sure that it's not higher, it's lower, and then we can make sure that we can still do the programming that's required to take care of our patients in that building. And then on the lower right-hand side, you can see some of the height opportunities that are existing. And I've already talked through that, so I won't spend too much more time on that, respect for y'all's time. And then I went through all this, but this gives you a more detailed look at what I just talked about for the total square footage. The extra 5,600 square feet are kind of things that are just from an architectural standpoint are there that we have to put in there, but the 180,000 square feet is the clinical space that we're looking at. And again, as I mentioned, I'll reiterate one more time, we spent a lot of time looking at other viable options, and we could not come up with any besides this one. We want to make sure that we're diligent and transparent and the pros and cons and some of the discussions and opportunities and barriers that existed while we looked through those different options. Again, the pros there, we maintain patient room vistas in size. The new building is shorter than the current Baker Hospital. I think that was important for us that we respected the current height that's there and didn't exceed that. I mentioned this, the site coverage would exceed the 40% that's allowed. And who wants to see a 11-acre site that's got 8 corner-to-corner buildings? You know, we're committed to when this gets through, hopefully if it does get through, to beautifying the landscaping, and it would be a beacon and a prideful thing for our community. But if you exceed that lot coverage, it makes it more challenging as the bigger you get, and we understand that. And then we want to make sure that the west side would have minimal impact to our residents and respect that 100-foot setback rule that exists today in the current city code. And then really, from a patient perspective, that they're in a healing, beautiful environment that's to the best of our ability in that type of a setting, where they have views of the Garden of Hope and Courage, or sometimes you can see the views of the Gulf on a good day. And then, this building also has very minimal impacts to the Garden of Hope and Courage, which is one thing that we know that is a really nice, a beautiful asset to our community. It's not just used by our patients and staff, it's used by everyone. And this protects that as well. The cons, this building is not within the existing city charter. And that's really the bottom line. And we looked at trying to get other options to get inside that. But as I mentioned when I started, there's no other viable options for this. This kind of gives you just a different look at alternative concepts that we've looked at. And you can see it all kind of goes back to the 5-story concept, which we talked about here today, again. So really, thank you for your time. I just wanted to reiterate our commitment. Our board is committed to remaining an independent, nonprofit, locally governed hospital. This program, this building, actually, take the building out of it. The services that our physicians and clinicians will provide to our community and our patients is how we maintain that independence and ability to be that independent hospital that's your hospital. So, and we're privileged and honored to work for you all and for your hospital. And we're doing what we think is right from a clinical perspective to bring that world-class care and elevate it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just say, the only thing I would say, and any other members of the board can speak to, what you're proposing is not contrary to the charter. What you're proposing is not currently allowed under the existing zoning rules, but by the time we're through today recommending to council and council acts, we're confident that there is a pathway under the charter for you to do your necessary development. And our job today is to try to start that path. So thank you all very much. Anything else from your team? Okay, anyone else from the board? Okay. Mr. Grant?
Richard Grant, legal counsel at NCH. We don't have anything else. If you have questions about the text, we'll respond to them.
No, I think
Thank
what the details we're grateful to have for context.
Right.
If they're relevant to the
Understand.
text amendment discussion, it'll come up when we get to the details there.
I'm just
So-
saying, we're done with our presentation.
Thank you.
We'll respond to questions.
Okay, so at this point, if no members of the board, Ms. Ferris, Mr. Coughlin, anything at this point?
No.
Mr. Coughlin? Anyone? Okay. So at this point, I'll invite Director Martin to present the proposed text amendment with her report, and then we'll have, as I said, I hope, public comment. So far, I have no slips. I have 2 comments that we'll present into the record, and then we will go to the text amendment as we do seriatim for detailed discussion and analysis.
Sure.
Director Martin.
Good morning, Erica Martin, Planning Director. This is a request for a text amendment, well, it is a proposed text amendment, amending Chapter 58 zoning, Article 2 zoning districts, Division 28, which is the Public Service District of the City of Naples Code. This is text amendment 22-T6. And this is a staff-initiated text amendment, but it is the product of discussions with Naples Community Hospital, I think over the past year, maybe a little bit longer. We've been working with NCH. We've had a series of workshop presentations and discussions with City Council. But the nature of those and the subject of those workshops was the previous path NCH was pursuing was the creation of a hospital zoning district. That is no longer the path that they're on. The proposal today is to amend the public service district to see if they could accomplish their end goal of developing the Heart Institute within the public service district instead of creating that hospital zoning district, which we do not have. There currently is not a hospital zoning district in our code, but the public service district does exist in our code. So the majority of the background section of the staff report just gives you a recap of those workshop discussions that we had with City Council with respect to the hospital zoning district. But I would reiterate that that is not that's no longer the focus, and that is not what it is proposed before the board today. So today the proposal is to amend just the public service district. You will see in the package material there is a proposal from NCH their proposed amendments to the text, and then in the staff report, I present, and what the ordinance in front of you reflects is a hybrid of my proposed amendments to their proposed amendments, and theirs as well. So I can quickly walk through the proposal. The first, while NCH had not proposed any amendments to the district purpose, in consultation with the city attorney, staff, we decided that because we are introducing a new use into the public service district, I'd just say all uses in this district are conditional. There are no permitted uses, but we are introducing a new conditional use of hospital. So we are proposing to add language to the district purpose. So it would read, the public service district is intended to accommodate a variety of public and semi-public institutional, recreational, and service facilities. The proposed addition would be which serve and fulfill a public need. The next proposal is for.
Excuse me for 1 second. Mr. Freilich, is there any chance that while Ms. Martin is going through it, we can have on the screen the text amendment itself at least? Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Martin.
No problem. And the next proposal is just in the conditional uses, so that's 58-833, the addition of hospital. As a conditional use, it is not currently provided, so we would amend or propose adding a subsection 8 for hospitals. We are proposing, the original proposal from NCH introduced the definition of hospital into our definitions section of the code, which is section 44-8. Because we have the, I guess, advantage of seeing the two public service district amendments proposed right now by both the Naples players and NCH kind of running simultaneously, we are able to look at them cohesively and look at them as a whole. So we thought for consistency, to be consistent with the way that we just approved, or the PAB just voted on Wednesday to recommend approval of the Naples players amendment to the public service district. For consistency, we are proposing that instead of adding the definition of hospital into 44-8, we would add the definition of hospital into this section here. So you see the footnote 2, the superscript 2 at hospital as defined below, and then we're proposing just to put that definition in. I did provide, I think in the packet, I provided the proposed version of the Naples players, and then last night I emailed the board what was approved or recommended for approval on Wednesday to show you how this is consistent with that Naples players proposal. So you would now have, in your conditional uses, you would have superscript 1 for community theaters, and then below the definition of community theaters, and then now you would have hospitals and the definition below that of hospital. So we just thought that would be more consistent. So yeah, we're proposing just to put that definition right in that conditional uses section. The next proposal would be in the maximum height section, which is 58-838. Currently, it reads maximum height of structures in the PS district is 30 feet for principal buildings. We are proposing to scratch for principal buildings, so you'll see that in strike through. We move on to say, because of the wide diversity of uses allowed, structures in excess of this height, previously in parentheses read church spires, water towers, etc. We're proposing to scratch that. May be approved as part of the conditional use process provided. And we're proposing to add 1, they do not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare, and 2, City Council has determined specifically that exceeding this height limit is appropriate for the principal building or structures to properly achieve their intended purpose of serving the community and fulfilling a public need. And the purpose of that is to put the burden on the applicant to prove that it's not just we want the height, so approve the height, but why specifically do you need height exceeding 30 feet? What is the specific purpose, and what is the benefit to the community of allowing any height over that 30 feet? And then you will see, similar to what you saw with Naples Players. Naples Players proposed a section 58-841 that read very similar to this section. I have not changed, I have not amended their proposed version of this section, but NCH had proposed adding a section 58-842, which is regulations pertaining to hospitals. It says a hospital as defined in 44-8. Obviously, we would need to change that if the board agreed with my proposal to put the definition into the conditional uses section instead of section 44. But which is established as a not-for-profit public charity under applicable provisions of the Internal Revenue Code. 1, in order to serve the community, and 2, enabling it to receive tax-deductible philanthropic support from community members for capital improvements and operations, located in a public service district, is not a commercial use or activity as defined in the Naples Code of Ordinances. If council approves such a hospital as a conditional use in a public service district, council shall have final review and approval authority for site plans and amendments to site plans within the public service district, including approval to establish the development standards, including maximum height limits in accordance with section 58-838. So similar to what what Naples Players proposed, this would say that site plans for this for the public service district for hospitals would be reviewed and approved by PAB and City Council. Currently, only site plans within a plan development go through that process. But the proposal here is that a site plan would be required, and that site plan would go through Planning Advisory Board and City Council, and City Council would have the discretion to assign or approve development standards through that site plan. So instead of specific development standards, you'll see in the public service district, you have setbacks, you have lot coverage, you have maximum height, you have all those development standards. The proposal here is that instead of requiring compliance with each of those as already provided in the district, they would be able to approve site-specific development standards through that
Vice Chair
process.
Cross, please go ahead.
Where can I find your most recent draft on my, here? Because the draft I have is not the one that you, this is presumably the one you sent around last night?
No.
Use your microphone again.
This will be under the item 6A where it says ordinance.
Yes.
It's the third PDF down.
It was published with the packet and does not reflect the changes from Wednesday's meeting. Because when the packet was published, that decision had not been made.
Okay,
This is not the first time.
Got it.
And not the last time today. We will ask each other, tell us
Where,
again,
yeah.
what are we looking at, right?
exactly.
And I do apologize, this one is complicated in the sense that we
so
had
you-
two running concurrently, so
Right.
they will all
So you
meet
jumped
up.
from the staff report to the ordinance itself?
I am reading from the ordinance that was published in the
Okay,
packet.
got it.
But you don't have to worry about the Naples Players Theater. We'll take care of that administratively. If you could focus your attention on the hospital and the numbering systems, we'll handle the numbering and the codes.
Fine.
Yeah, so I'm just referencing it so to give a little context for why I'm proposing kind of some organizational stuff in here.
No good deed, Director.
Doing my best. So those are the amendments proposed in the ordinance. I would say in the staff report, I did note through conversations with the city attorney, the definition proposed by NCH and that is reflected in your ordinance refers to hospital. Previous iterations of this and previous discussions had narrowed that a little, or tailored that a little more narrowly to community hospitals, which has a different definition. So I did provide in the staff report, it's not reflected in the ordinance, but I did provide in the staff report a definition of community hospital for discussion, just to show how you could kind of tailor that down a little bit more to specifically to a community hospital. So
And
that,
that's reflected also in that 58-842. Very similar to the prior definition of community hospital. You'll find that in the staff report, page 8.
yes.
So I think the longer, broader definition is in the footnote 2 on the previous page of the ordinance.
Right, we'll,
Yep, right there. And then Erica is saying that the other one is in 58.842.
Yeah, the defi-
You'll want to
we'll
compare
walk,
those,
yeah, we'll walk through all
discuss
this
those,
in a
and
bit.
See which one you want to have.
Okay.
And however we determine that definition, we would require amendments to that 58.842 to reflect that.
Okay.
So I'm acknowledging that 842 appears a little flawed, but it's going to be dependent on what we determine for the definition.
Is that it, ma'am?
That is it, and I would also reiterate what the chair had said. Today, we are only discussing the amendments, any specific development, specific buildings, and even the area, the boundaries of what would be, what this would apply to, would all be determined later through the boundaries would be determined through the rezoning application that would come later, should this be successful, and then the specific buildings, those development standards would be reviewed through the site plan. So while it's informational and we did see that today, none of that, approving this does not necessarily mean that that's what you will see.
We'd have a rezoning, a conditional use, and a site
And a
plan.
site plan.
So it'd be 3 more times that you would look at this.
Right.
This is
Thank you.
just establishing the path.
Thank you very much. Any members of the board have any general questions for Ms. Martin at this point? Mr. Coughlin, Ms. Veras, any?
No, Chairman.
Mr. Coughlin?
I think he's on mute.
Mr. Coughlin, anything? Hearing nothing? Anyone here? Ms. Tyler?
Yes, please. And this is for Director Martin. I just, just so I can understand clearly, on, under conditional uses, you're proposing that it'll be hospitals, number 8, and then underneath that, there'll be a definition of hospitals. Notwithstanding the discussions we had on Wednesday, so there will be changes to this yet to reflect what we discussed on Wednesday. So do you anticipate that each one of these numerical items, churches, boat launching, will eventually end up with a definition under each one of them at some point?
No, and the reason is those are elsewhere defined in our code. These are just 2 completely new uses that are not defined elsewhere in our code, so we thought just adding them right here.
As for efficiency's purpose, probably, yeah.
And
To
for
limit-
consistency.
To limit the application to this section, if you go to 44-8, there is no currently a definition of hospital.
Or community hospital,
Or
or
community
community
hospital.
theater.
But we want to put them here in the public service district, and it's your choice whether you want to have a broad hospital definition or a narrower community hospital.
And that was my next question, was
We're
community.
we're
Yeah.
getting there in a minute.
But that's it for now, thank you.
Okay, anyone else have any comments?
Yes.
Ms. Fiore?
And this might be for Ralph, but why wasn't it necessary for us to amend 58.838, yes, for the Naples players, but it is for the hospital?
Oh, I can jump in on that.
You want to?
Sure. So it's a little belt and suspenders in this version, more so than it was for Naples players. If you read through 58.842, they are proposing that through the site planning process, city council could review and approve and have final approval authority over development standards, including maximum height. So you could just leave that and not make any of the amendments to the maximum height section. But making both changes then kind of tightens it down a little further to say that in 842, where they say you could make changes or you could establish maximum height through the site planning process, they then refer in accordance with 58.838. So it kind of makes it a little bit more, they couldn't just approve any height. It narrows it down to those standards that we proposed in 838.
Well, it narrows it down for hospitals, but it broadly increases the scope for all the other uses within a public service district,
It does.
which I don't think was the intent of this. I mean, we want the heart hospital, but I don't think we want to broaden the code to that extent.
If you want to limit to just hospitals, you could take those additional conditional use criteria, which appear under 58.838, and just that red underlining section, move that down into 58.842.
Okay, well, we're getting into the text amendment, but I appreciate the point from Ms. Fiore and supported by Ms. Tyler that we'll get to that there. I don't know whether it's, I guess I would say it's somewhat fortuitous that we've had the opportunity to go through this recently for the community theater. But their legal situation is different in that they have a full package of, as we know, with rezone, the conditional use application, and the site petition. So for them, we're doing something unique and discreet because they're on city-owned land and it's discreet. Here, we're attempting to make it clear that there is a path for city council in the public service district to exceed the height given certain constraints that we're recommending to city council with respect to compatibility with neighboring buildings, demonstrating it's necessary to accomplish the purpose, et cetera. And city council, as Ms. Martin keeps pointing out to us, recognizes that there are no approved uses in the public service district. Everything is a conditional use. So everything from the ground up, city council will have to approve. So that'll be the way we'll balance this as we go forward. There are no approved uses. Everything has to be specifically approved with information to be provided by the petitioners, information which at this point has not been provided by NCH, but today they're illustrating with more specificity the direction they're currently going in. So we'll get to there and then we can decide what we want to recommend, but I take your point, Ms. Fiore.
I agree as well.
So thank you for that. Okay, so at this point, I have no slips from anyone in the public who's in the audience today like to speak, so I have two comments I'll put in the record. The first one is from Mr. Joe Trachtenberg of 525 18th Avenue South, City of Naples, and I will read his submission into the record, and it will be incorporated in the record in writing. Good morning. I'm speaking to you today to thank you for your service to our beautiful city. Nearly 20 years ago, my wife and I decided to move to Naples. Since then, we've had constant reminders of what a remarkably good decision that was. We've watched our city expand in many wonderful ways. There's no question why Naples is always in the top tier of best places to live and retire. Among our great assets are a significant number of women and men who have brought their successful life experiences to our community and are happy to dedicate much of their time working collectively to make Naples even better. The Planning Advisory Board exemplifies this commitment. Often you're called upon to do thankless and controversial work. You provide the wisdom and stability to maintain our city's perspective. If there's one area in which we have not excelled, it's been healthcare. I'll always remember my doctor's words when we first moved here, quote, "Our local hospital is fine for ordinary stuff, but if you get really sick, I'll drive you to the airport for treatment elsewhere," unquote. 3.5 years ago, after the most impassioned uprising in my time in the city, our hospital board changed its course. New leadership was brought in and a new direction was established for our community hospital. This brings us to today, when something I never conceived was even possible is occurring. The most significant next step in our hospital securing world-class status is being challenged by a small group of citizens for the oddest of reasons. I can't imagine any city anywhere which wouldn't be thrilled to hear a new heart and vascular center is coming to their town, and generous donors and not taxpayers are footing the bill. This is a dream come true, especially for a city with an average age where these services are potentially life-sustaining. There's no such thing as a rule that applies to every conceivable purpose. In every organization, there are people designated to make exceptions. I still cannot fathom that a desire to keep our city's building heights in a moderate range would be used to block which may be the potentially our most significant, important, life-saving expansion in our city's history. I continue to have this recurring terrible thought, how many of us will die if this approval is not granted. That's really what this is about, life or death decisions being made for the sake of an allegiance to a random number that some view as irrevocable. Please bring common sense to the table as you deliberate. Thank you again for your wisdom and service. We've also all received a public comment from Doug Stewart, President of Gulf Shore Property Owners Association. I will, for the record, read that. To our PAB members and Naples City Council, we know you are carefully reviewing the latest proposal on the proposed Heart Institute from NCH. At the request of our Gulf Shore Property Owners Association Board of Directors, writing you in support of this proposal, and that ask that you vote in the affirmative to proceed with this much-needed facility. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, Doug Stewart. Hearing no other public comment, at this point, I'd like to go back to, and I'll speak on behalf of Vice Chair Cross and everyone else. Let's get up on the screen the draft proposed ordinance so that we can sequentially take a look at it section by section. Okay? I guess I was hinting to start at the beginning. Okay. So the first change, which has been proposed, is to add a few words at the beginning of 58-831 district purpose, which is underlined and in red, and says, which serve and fulfill a public need. Does anyone on the planning board have any comment or is in opposition to the addition of these words?
Can I make a comment?
Of course you can. Mr. Phillips.
This is probably just me, I'll preface it with that. I have a little trouble defining what a need is, and I can imagine that others would have that too. For example, we discussed the kids zone at our last meeting. I don't know that a kids theater could be defined as a need. I mean, I went to middle school and high school and had great productions produced in our auditorium, and we produced more than one actor whose name you would recognize. So is it a need? I don't know. I certainly supported it because I believe the arts are an integral part of what makes our community as great as it is. So just definitionally, it's problematic for me. I might say it could be rewritten to read, which benefit the citizens and residents of the city of Naples. But as I said, that's just my definitional issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Any comments on Mr. Phillips' suggestion?
I
Ms. Tyler.
echo the sentiment, thank you. I saw too, a little bit fuzzy with the language in that, and my initial instinct was that should read, the Public Service District is intended to accommodate a variety of public and semi-public institutional, recreational, and service facilities which have been deemed to serve or fulfill a public need. So, but who decides? Who is the arbiter of whether or not it's a public service need? So you are getting into a little bit of a fuzzy zone with that. So if there was a way to try and tighten that up a bit or clean it up or make it a bit more explicit, I think that would be helpful in future, especially for future petitioners down the road.
Thank you, Ms. Tower.
Thank you.
Ms. Veras, Mr. Coughlin, any comments from you on Mr. Phillips' suggestion or Ms. Towers?
No comment from me.
Ms. Veras?
No, no comment.
Anyone else? Okay. If it's up to me, I actually kind of prefer Mr. Phillips' suggestion in terms of drafting. I understand the motivation, but I believe that tying it back to, and do you have your words? Can you read them again for us, please?
Which benefit the citizens and residents of the city of Naples.
I've got it.
Okay.
Do we need to change it at all?
No. We do not need to change it all. We can leave it exactly the way it is another option.
Sure.
If we do need to change it, I would prefer Mr. Phillips' suggestion. If it was left to me, I wouldn't have made any changes. Vice Chair Cross.
You know, I actually take Mr. Phillips' point, and what we are doing here is rezoning areas public service, because that is what we have done. What we have done with the hospital and with the community players is to rezone, is to create public service districts. That's what we did with the community players. We created a public service district. And we do want to create some criteria for creating a public service district here in section 58-831. I mean, that's what, in defining it, we do want to define it more narrowly, which you did. You defined it more narrowly, but there is a value to defining it more narrowly and to discussing how we will define it, because, and but I would try to come up with something that was stronger than just benefit, of significant benefit.
Okay, so let me first poll the panel and find out whether or not a majority of us believe that the existing language needs to be changed. So I'll ask first,
When you say the existing.
the
you mean
existing language is,
As proposed?
no, the existing language is the Public Service District is intended to accommodate a variety of public and semi-public institutional recreation and service facilities. That is the current language. It is physical. It's talking about facilities. It doesn't talk about their aspirations to meet or not meet or serve the benefits. That's the current language. And what I'm first asking, do we believe, I understand the staff is recommending a specific change, do we believe as a panel that that language needs to be amended? So I'll just ask everyone to speak, add something at the end of this or not. Mr. Coughlin? Ms. Veras?
I do think there's a benefit to narrowing the scope of that a little bit.
Okay.
So I would say yes.
Okay. Ms. Fiore?
Oh, I would just say, it's not hard to define need or benefit, it's in the application of both. And a need is more narrow than a benefit. So in applying it, I would say it would benefit the city to be more narrow.
Okay. So
I
you,
don't see the addition as serving any purpose, so I would keep it the same.
okay. Mr. Dabney?
I think that 58-833 is very specific as to what the conditional uses can be. So if we're going to try to somehow use 58-831 to fulfill what 58-833 is doing anyway, I think we're going in circles. I wouldn't add, unless the hospital wants, which serve and fulfill a public need. If they think that's important, then we ought to hear. But I wouldn't add this additional language.
Okay, okay, just to be clear, while we're all here to try to fulfill the aspirations of the hospital, they have no particular extra legal status compared to anyone else. So let's hear from the board, and then I'm happy to ask the hospital if they have any language. I do not believe they specifically proposed this language.
I didn't know, so.
That's okay.
You understand, though, what I'm saying?
I do, I hope. Vice Chair Cross.
I take your point, and we may be creating a belt and suspenders
Right.
approach. I don't have a problem with belt and suspenders, and I think if we're defining a district purpose, it is. I would live with. I think it's appropriate to add something. I would accept what Ms. Martin has added. I would accept the alternative, the alternate of benefit.
Mr. Phillips, okay.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, we've heard from you. Any other comment?
Only that what I was trying to do in my wording was distinguish a benefit for the citizens of the city of Naples as opposed to increasing the profitability of a developer.
Okay.
So I was trying to make that distinction.
Okay. Ms. Tyler?
I do agree. I'm still with Mr. Phillips, and that I think something needs to be added.
Okay, I'm happy with the way it is, but I will yield to the majority. Public Service District uses, there are no approved uses, that's the next sentence. The conditional uses are all subject to the review under the scope and rules of the ordinances by council, and there are not going to be commercial uses inside public service districts. If they were commercial, they wouldn't be in there. So if we have agreed that we'd like to, I wouldn't call it narrow, but I would call in expand or further elaborate on the kinds of facilities which we are looking to see included in the district. We had a specific proposal from Mr. Phillips, which I'll ask Deputy Director Dolmer to read.
Sure. Mr. Phillips' language was institutional, recreational, and service facilities which benefit the citizens and residents of the city of Naples.
So we have a recommendation from the staff, which was serve and fulfill a public need. We have Mr. Phillips' alternative. Mr. Grant, you've been standing there patiently. Did you have something specific on this?
I was just up here because somebody asked a question.
That's fine.
I think we're fine with any of it.
Thank you for saying that. Okay.
I think
so-
someone also said a significant public benefit to the citizens and residents of the city of Naples. Whether or
Someone-
not you want to include the word
some-
significant.
Someone might have said that?
Someone did say it, I don't remember.
Someone might have said that?
It was probably you, Bruce, I don't remember
No, it was
who
not. It was Vice Chair Phillips, Vice Chair Cross. Okay, so let's, we got to move this along. So I'll just ask all of us whether we prefer the staff version, Mr. Phillips' version, and if we agree we prefer Mr. Phillips' version, we'll then ask whether you'd like to add Mr. Cross's word significant. So, Mr. Coughlin, the serve and fulfill a public need, or Mr. Phillips' alternative? Do you have a preference?
I like the city's more simplistic approach. I think
Okay.
the parameters are so tight here that nothing's going to get in without the city council's approval.
Ms. Veras?
I like the Mr. Phillips approach.
Ms. Fiore?
I agree with Ralph's and Mr. Coughlin, the significant public benefit.
Okay. Mr. Dabney?
I agree with Ms. Fiore.
Okay. Mr. Cross will agree with himself.
I'll agree with myself.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, we know. Ms. Tyler?
Yes, same.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, we've agreed to adopt Mr. Phillips' language with the addition of Mr. Cross's word significant. This is all just recommendations to council anyway, but I'm sure they'll appreciate the spirit. So now I'd like Deputy Director, or excuse me, one of our distinguished staff to read what we are recommending as the change for section 58-831
I'm going to read it in its entirety.
in its entirety and its significant
Got it.
entirety.
The PS district is intended to accommodate a variety of public and semi-public institutional recreation and service facilities which provide a significant benefit to the citizens and residents of the city of Naples.
Thank you very much. All right, now we are ready to move on to 58-833, conditional uses, which I believe that we have a consensus so far that we will be adding hospital in as item 8, and then the question is the definition of hospital, which has been provided, and when do we get to, and the alternative is to use a definition of community hospital as well. Is that correct?
Correct, and that's on page 8 of the staff report.
Okay, so, first of all, does anyone disagree that we should have a definition of hospital, and is there a consensus that we would prefer that that definition of hospital, in addition to the state definition, also include the additional language, which we'll discuss in a minute, of a community hospital? Let me just keep going around with it.
Yeah.
So, I'm asking the question, we are going to add the definition of hospital, and I'm asking you to agree that the definition of hospital, which we'll discuss, will be the state definition augmented with a definition of a community hospital for purposes of our code. Ms. Veras?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up and read the definition of a community hospital
Okay, we're
again.
going to get to that, but I think there was a consensus that, as we did yesterday with the community theater, that as long as we're tying this down, we should make it as tight as possible and try to incorporate language that says it's a community hospital, which will get into the not-for-profit aspects as well. But
Okay.
I just want to get our general agreement, and then we'll get into drafting. Mr. Coughlin?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Fiore?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What I'm asking is, there will be a definition of hospital, and
Oh,
we
yes,
will-
yes, we
we
need
will
to define
clarify
it.
it to be a community hospital when we get to it.
Correct.
Mr. Dabney?
I'm a little confused. Where is this clarification? Is there some language proposed about community hospital?
Yes, it's in the staff report. It's in the staff report.
Staff report, page 8, which is the same really as section 58-842,
It's just a little bit.
At
which is on
yeah.
the next page of the
Yeah,
ordinance.
let me just say, what happened, Mr. Dabney, is that in the regulatory section, which is at the very end of the proposed text amendment, we have essentially definitional language regarding a community hospital. It has been suggested in the staff report and by others that we should incorporate as well the definition or a definition of community hospital in the definitions section, essentially, of the conditional use. So we will repeat the language essentially from 58-842 earlier in the section. All I'm asking now is there general agreement that we want to add hospital, define hospital, and that we want to define that hospital as a community hospital, and then we'll get into our definition.
I agree.
Vice Chair Cross.
I agree.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyler?
Concur.
Okay, so we agreed. And so we are going to add it, we're going to add a definition of hospital, and then we're going to come up with a definition of hospital that limits it also to a community hospital. Now, I see, Mr. Grant, is that, you have somebody lurking behind you who I don't know, so. Did you want to say something at this point? Okay, I'm,
I think we're fine with the concept of the community hospital proposed. It's a question of how to say it.
okay, I don't know you, I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record and who you are, please?
Good morning. I'm Paula McMichael, Vice President of Planning Services with Holmontez. The only clarification I wanted to ask, with the definition of community hospital, there's a reference to Florida statutes, and council had some concerns about the definition per Florida statutes. So we just wanted to clarify how that would be defined.
Well, no one on council had more of a concern about the Florida statute definition than me. And I've written to council about this before. The definition as proposed is satisfactory to me. For those of you who had missed the historical exchanges, the Florida statute, for reasons that I assume have to do with some successful lobbying by some for-profit hospital organization, had a sentence at the very end of the state statute which says, for purposes of zoning, a medical office building is considered a hospital. I thought that was not anything that we were interested in doing, and I commend NCH as they've come forward with the definition that they've deleted that sentence. So whatever the state definition of hospital is, our definition of hospital will not include a medical office building. And that was the point that made, I think, Councilman Hutchison had read into the record in one of the earlier conversations, and I think it was agreed by council at the time. So the current proposed definition is perfectly adequate with me.
The definition that the staff has proposed, I think, is fine with us. Nobody's looking to have it be medical office buildings. There may be medical offices in the hospital.
Yeah, I understand that completely. Yeah, we were simply cleaning up something that I believed was some successful real estate venture in Tallahassee. Somebody had something in mind, and
Okay.
we don't need to adopt that here.
Okay,
I think it is perfectly clear, and no one ever thought that the physicians and the professional staff, the stent people, wouldn't have what would look like an office
They gotta
inside
have
your
offices.
facility to facilitate them doing their job. No one's talking about that. We were
Understand.
talking about a medical office building.
You're talking about a freestanding medical office.
Yes, sir, we were, and that is not going to be permitted. Thank you for clarifying, and that was Ms. McMichael? McMichael, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Fiore, did you?
Just for a little more historical background, how did we evolve then from the community hospital definition to the one that we have proposed now?
My
Martin?
proposal was one or the other.
Okay.
Do you want to allow hospitals with the more broad definition, or do you want to limit the conditional use to community hospitals with that definition of community hospitals?
Because the community hospital seems, it would be licensed under the same statute, so it would meet the definitions of the statute plus the additional requirements.
Yeah, that reference to the statute was just the licensing, so it would have to be licensed
Right.
under the statutes, but then it's a little bit more narrow.
Thank you.
No, and thank you for clarifying. Yes, the operative word is licensed.
Yep.
Well, yes, but they would be meeting those needs.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Let
Yeah,
me read the
And I-
proposed definition for the record, too, when you get a chance, or the chair.
Yeah, I really don't ever want to get into purporting that us or recommending to council that we're getting into whatever the state licensing requirements are. I don't even know if these count beds, I don't know what they do to permit hospital growth or whatever. We're leaving that to NCH. If they need to get additional approvals from anyone, I'm sure they will get them, and during the permitting process and the site plan review process, our staff will assure that whatever permissions they need to have from other sources are met, whether it's South Water Management or the state hospital licensing people. That's not our responsibility.
Chair, I've put up both on the split screen. What's in gray is the definition of a community hospital from your staff report, and then the red is what is in the proposed ordinance. So those are your two. Sorry, I had to make them a little small to get them on the screen at the same time, but they're both up there.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chairman.
okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Dabney.
I hope I'm not interrupting, but just, so we're discussing using the staff's recommendation on community hospital instead of what is in the draft for hospital.
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that.
Okay. Can you make the staff definition larger?
Mini hospital is a subset of the our statute.
Can you, perhaps you could,
Just full page it?
yeah, full page it, and then blow it up. So let's take our time. Sausage isn't made in a day.
Actually, it is.
Okay. All right, I'm wrong again.
Everything about
Okay,
I
so,
wouldn't want to have sausage. It's made
okay.
in a week.
I really need, is there any way to, that's, you're getting better. Okay. Okay. Okay, so my question for you, Deputy Director Dolmer or Ms. Martin, is the language that's currently in the proposed public service district, where we define a hospital parroting exactly the language from the state statute minus the office building language, that discusses clinical laboratory services, diagnostic, x-ray services, et cetera, et cetera. Are you proposing that we no longer use that?
Yes, the proposal is that you would instead of above, in conditional uses, instead of saying hospitals as defined below, it would say community hospitals as defined below, and it would use.
All right, so
Not
now,
that.
all right, that's fine.
That one.
Okay, so before we get into details, so now I'll ask Mr. Grant. Yeah, I'm gonna let you say something. I'm gonna make sure he's paying attention here. Mr. Grant and Ms. McMichaels, so Vice Chair Cross is asked to speak, and I will let him speak, but we will then ask you whether or not you believe that the clinical laboratories, diagnostic, x-ray services, language, et cetera,
Yep.
is pertinent, but I will ask Vice Chair Cross first. Did you have something you wanted to, before they answered that question?
Just one thing, and that is that NCH defined itself in its presentation as a locally governed, independent, not-for-profit community hospital. And I think that's a more fulsome description of what we would like to approve. We want to create a path for NCH. And that their definition is more specific than simply saying a not-for-profit community hospital.
Okay,
I
well,
like the locally governed aspect.
Okay, well, we're creating a path for a community hospital.
We are.
Not for the Naples Community Hospital.
Well-
But by incredible coincidence. Okay, so, Mr. Grant, the question now is, recognizing we're going to have a definition of a community hospital, recognizing it will say not-for-profit, recognizing that Vice Chair Cross, before we leave this topic, is going to ask to pick up some of the language involving, was it independently owned and
Locally governed.
locally governed
Independent.
and independent? Forgetting that part for a minute, how do you feel about eliminating the language at the top of the second page of the current text amendment, which discusses clinical laboratory services, diagnostic, x-rays, treatment facilities, et cetera, et cetera? Do you feel that that should be in the definition?
I think we're mixing a couple things here. I think we're fine with where you want to go. I don't think there's any question about that. NCH proposed text that would limit it to a community hospital. We even provided a definition for it, and that's in the proposed text here under proposed 58.842. If you want to describe a community hospital in a different way, I'm sure we're open to that. We're not looking to make this available to a publicly traded company that is a business of running a hospital. That's why we put language in here about qualified under the Internal Revenue Code, able to receive philanthropic contributions from community members. We thought that was important. But I think your comment, Mr. Chairman, about using a definition of a hospital per the Florida statute, but carving out from that medical office buildings, I think we're fine with that too.
Okay.
I think they're different. How we get there, I think we can talk about. If I'm understanding what Ms. Martin is saying, and I think I am, I think she is suggesting that in 58-833 under 8, that we use the word community hospital and then define it the way she is suggesting, and instead of the rest of it. And if you do what Ms. Martin is suggesting, which is referring to the Florida statute, and then lifts from it the definition we provided that is in 58.842, I think that gets you there, okay? I think we're fine with the definition being referred to in the Florida statute, right? You agree with me? All right.
Yes, with the clarification that we're excluding the medical office.
Right,
And that's
so,
what
right, but,
the
right.
chairman
and-
was trying to exclude medical office.
Well, I may not be the only person, yeah.
I know, but I'm not sure Ms. Martin did exclude it.
Right. I believe the simplest way to assure we've excluded it is to incorporate the parts of the Florida statute definition
Right.
that we want to include.
Right.
And modify that with a community hospital.
I think
So we
that's
would
fine.
say a community hospital is a hospital that followed the Florida statute language, which is currently in the proposal, and then add the qualifications for a community hospital, which says it is a locally governed, independent, not-for-profit, and I'm happy with the language proposed by the hospital for that included donations and.
Yeah,
Director Martin?
Could we look at the language there, make a community hospital, have A, B, and C, so still have those A and B as are there, and then just make these specifications limiting to community as one of those?
Yes, that'll be fine. So my
That would
question.
cover all of the-
So what's going to happen is in 58-833, which is the definition, instead of saying hospital is defined below, we're going to say community hospital as defined below. And then when we come to the definition, instead of hospital, we're going to say community hospital. And then we're going to have A, B, and C, the A and B being the state statute, so we're clear about that, not just focusing on the licensing word. And then we are now going to create in C some qualifications as to what we mean by community hospital involving the language taken from the presentation from Vice Chair Cross. So if that's agreeable, my question is, can we do this while we're sitting here, or should we take our little 10:30 break a few minutes early and allow us and Mr. Brooks and the staff to come up with a combined text? What would you prefer?
I think we can do it now. I just did want to point out one additional thing.
Yes, sir.
There already is a medical zoning district, and that allows medical offices as of right, and then hospitals as a conditional use. So those other buildings that are in the state definition and the zoning criteria, you don't need to worry about those.
I'm going to continue to worry about them as long as I'm here.
Okay.
I am not.
I think they'll
I'm
be
not-
excluded from this public service district if you limit it to community hospitals.
Right, the word is think, right. I'm not taking any chances because I know that out there, whoever prompted the lobbyist in Tallahassee to add that sentence, and it was nothing to do with our hospital, could see this. There's no for-profit hospital that I know of that wouldn't be happy to try to figure out a way to participate in our medical community, and that is not our intention today. Our intention is our local community hospital. And so I'd just soon leave it out, and I want to be careful. So my question is, are we now prepared to come up with a C, which would be the definition of a community hospital, and what language would we use? And I still want to make sure we pick up Vice Chair Cross's additional language, which came from the PowerPoint presentation. Can you put that up there for us? And
What's up?
you say it's up, but I can't see it.
What do you want up?
The
I want the
definition of
definition
community
of
hospital
community
from
hospital.
staff report on
Staff
Yep,
report.
that's this right
page
here.
8.
Which one is that, in the red?
It says B, it's the black.
Okay.
But we just have to, caught me mid-formatting.
It will be C.
Yeah.
But that's straight from the staff report.
All right, so let's get that up. The staff report, and what page is that in the staff report?
8.
Okay. 8, and it's B. Community hospital. So now we're saying that we're going to add as C, community hospital, a hospital licensed under such under Florida statute and established as a not-for-profit public charity under applicable provisions of the Internal Revenue Code in order to serve the community, fulfill the needs of the community with specialized service, enabling it to receive tax-deductible philanthropic support from community members for capital improvements and operations, is and constitute a public service use that is not a commercial use or activity as defined in the Naples Code of Ordinances. So that's all good, and Vice Chair Cross wanted to add language which said do you want to add it as a little Roman 3, or do you want to put it at the beginning? Do you have some?
I would put it at the beginning as part of the
Right at the beginning. So it says a hospital, and then it says licensed under FS section 35002, and then it says and you would add the words, and is
locally governed, independent, and not-for-profit.
Okay, I think we have not-for-profit comes later. So all we would add is after the first and at the top, and which is, I guess we'll keep and, which is locally owned,
Locally governed
and
and independent.
independent, and then we'll pick up the language, and which is established as a not-for-profit public charity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're using, and somewhere in there, community is yes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
can I, so we're using the definition of community hospital in the staff report
Yes,
and adding to it what
Right.
Vice
Yes.
Chairman Cross is
Yes.
suggesting, locally governed and whatever.
and independent. Independently owned, independently owned and locally governed?
Well, not-for-profits aren't technically owned by
Owned,
anybody.
Okay.
Just independent.
Yeah, I think it needs to
So
say
just
lo-
independent?
I want to get this, I want to get this
locally
right.
governed.
Locally governed, and leave off the independently owned? So,
You can
I
say
mean,
independent,
a
but you
not-for-profit
can't say
corporation is not really owned.
I'm sorry?
A
Okay.
not-for-profit corporation is not technical, it doesn't have
No, I
stock.
understand.
So just independent?
Just
Independent,
Locally governed.
locally governed.
Locally governed and independent? Okay, so I'm going to read this again, and then I'll poll the panel. Okay, so the first sentence of the proposed community hospital definition on page 8 of the staff report will say, a hospital license is such under FS section 395.002, and which is
Right.
locally governed and independent, and which is a not-for-profit charity under applicable provisions, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Coughlin?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I agree with those changes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Coughlin. Yes, sir, Mr. Grant.
Okay. It was just pointed out to be by Mr. Whittington, I think he's right, that FS Section 395.002 is a definition. I think it should say licensed as such under Florida statutes, Chapter 395. It's the
Okay.
entire chapter.
I believe you completely. That just sounds so right.
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. So now.
Mr.
I- I-
But Chairman, could you read, just to make the record completely clear, if you could read the whole
I'm going to.
paragraph? I know it's pretty long.
No, I think my breath was tested on Wednesday.
You want me to, I can
No,
read
I'm-
it if you want.
I'm fine.
Reading it back would be good.
I want to make sure I have it all written correctly. Okay, so just give me a second here. Under Florida, give that again to me, Mr. Grant, please. Under Florida.
It's chapter.
Florida statutes, Chapter
Under Florida
395.
statutes.
Chapter 395.
Chapter 395. Then we had locally governed and independent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So just.
All right, I'm going to read.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Don't look at the screen up there. I don't know what's
Pay
going
no
on.
attention to the screen
not what we're
or the
doing.
person behind. Okay.
Pretend the screen is not there.
Okay.
Unless we're looking at Patrick. There's Patrick.
Okay. We all set? You ready for me? Locally governed, common, independent. All right. I'm going to take a stab at this, and I'm confident that Mr. Brooks will intervene if I do not read this correctly. So we're proposing to add a C under our definition.
Well, I don't know that we're doing that. I think in 58-833 conditional uses number 8, you're going to say community hospitals.
That's right.
As defined below. And then below, you're going to say community hospital. And you're not going to have an A, you're not going to have a B, you're just going to have this staff definition of
No.
community hospital.
No, we are not. We are going to repeat the statutory language in A and B. I don't care if it's called A and B, but we're leaving that in.
Okay, then I'm confused. Okay.
You're not
I
confused.
got it.
We just have a different viewpoint. You're never confused, Mr. Brooks. Just might be wrong here.
So after B, you'll want to write and, so you have to hit all three, A, B,
We will.
and C. So you'll start with a change at the end of B to say and.
Yeah, I'm confident you all clean this up for council. I just want to get the substance here. So I'm now going to take a stab at reading what could become C, and then I'll go back and recap the whole thing, and we'll make sure we poll the panel to everyone's satisfied. I'm just trying to facilitate here. So we have now a community hospital licensed under Florida statutes, Chapter 395, which is locally governed, comma, independent, and is established as a not-for-profit charity under applicable provisions of the Internal Revenue Code. Little Roman 1, in order to serve the community and fulfill the needs of the community with specialized services, and Little Roman 2, enabling it to receive tax-deductible philanthropic support from the community members for capital improvements and operations, comma, is and constitutes a public service use that is not a commercial use or activity as defined in the Naples Code of Ordinances. And now I'm going to poll the panel if we're okay with that addition as community hospital, and then we'll go back to the whole thing. So, Mr. Coughlin,
Yes, that's good.
Ms. Ferris,
Yes.
Ms. Fiore? Yes. Mr. Dabney?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And Ms. Tyler?
Satisfied?
Excellent, and I am too, and the hospital is okay with that.
Yes.
All right, so now we'll go back, and now we're looking at all of 58-833, and we are going to say that we are proposing that number 8 will read community hospitals as defined below. It's got a little superscript 2. I assume that means there's a superscript 1 somewhere?
Which will be the definition that was just approved on Wednesday of community theater.
Oh, aren't you clever? Okay.
I
All
tried.
right, I got it, I got it.
Teamwork right here.
Teamwork here. Okay, and then there's a slight modification also in number 8, former in 8 becomes number 9. You changed the numbering, and then we're going to have the, after the superscript 2, it's going to say community hospital, not hospital, means any establishment that, we're keeping the language in A, keeping the language in B, and then we are adding potentially C, as I just read. So now I'm going to ask the Planning Review Board, does everyone agree with that as the proposed changes to Section 58-833? Any objection from anyone? Hearing none? The hospital, any objection?
No.
All right, well done. Okay. That was not as unpleasant as it might have been. And thank you, Ms. Michael. And who was it, Mr. Whittington? Was that the name who came up with the,
We're fine.
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear your question.
Yes.
Mr. Whittington?
Yeah.
Mr. Whittington's here somewhere?
Charles Whittington is my partner.
Okay, he's in your law firm, okay.
He's in my
Just-
law firm.
Just for the benefit of everyone watching, I want to make sure everyone
Everybody-
knows who's participating.
I think the NCH team is cool.
All right, so now we are ready to look at the next proposed change. Let me check the time, we're in good shape on time, which is the maximum height provision, if I'm correct, 58-838. That was proposed by Ms. Martin, I'm sorry?
Sorry.
We
Yes.
okay? We okay?
We are okay.
Okay, it was proposed by Ms. Martin, and as I recall, Ms. Fiore has some suggestions. Do you want to talk about what you might like to see with respect to the height provision, Ms. Fiore? Do you have any specific suggestions?
No specific suggestions, except for the fact as suggested would apply to all the uses. So it broadens the scope of the entire ordinance and the purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, and I
Because
think,
it seems right now, by using the parentheses of the church spires and water towers, that deviations from the height limit were limited to those types of accessory uses in the past.
only certain elements of the building.
Correct. And so by removing that and then adding what they're suggesting allows for any of these type of conditional uses to apply for something similar. I think it's our hope that we have the hospital grow, not everything.
I
Yeah,
understand.
I think this provision tightens it and then also loosens it, because
Right.
by striking those, you're right, it does take that out of applying to others, but the intent of adding the language at the bottom
Okay.
was so that when any use in the public service district comes forward, not just community hospital, but any use comes forward, if they are asking for that additional height, they would have to prove that they comply with 1 and 2 here, because before it just said, ask for
Okay,
it.
so, if I may, so the first thing we had to do was eliminate the fact that the height was not necessarily going to be allowed for principal structures, because clearly the cardiac institute's a principal structure. So we attempted to put the qualifications in. So now the question becomes, do we want to leave the existing language the way it is and add a specific maximum height addition, all of which, again, has to be approved as conditional use solely for principal structures that meet the definition of community hospital? And what's the most efficacious way to put that in? Is that what you're suggesting we do?
Correct. So for principal buildings, I'm not even sure that needs to be in there, because you want it to be all of the buildings. I mean, it doesn't really make sense that you would allow an accessory building, like a parking structure, to go higher than the principal building.
Yeah, I think what it was intended was that the majority of the building, the building itself would be limited to the
Right.
30, but then certain architectural elements could
Because
exceed.
don't forget, subsection 9, accessory uses and structures could be a parking structure. So then that would also come in under 58-838.
Right, we're gonna get to the parking structure, but you're exactly.
No, not
you're
the structure in the particular hospital case. I'm saying for any public service use.
No, but you're exactly right.
Yeah.
You are
So
correct.
limiting it to the community hospitals, yes, that would.
Okay, so what we're suggesting here is that, are you suggesting we leave 58-838, including the church spire language, et cetera, as it was, may be approved as part of the conditional use process, period, and then add as addition that structures in excess of this height may be approved as, instead of saying structures, hospitals, community hospitals in excess of this height may be approved as part of a conditional use process, provided number 1 and 2. Is that, I'm not claiming
as
that
long
my
as-
drafting is that good, but
Yeah,
is that?
I mean, that would be a goal as long as it's legal.
Right.
Yeah,
Right, I'm just trying, right, at this point, I want to make sure I've captured
Yes.
what your suggestion was.
Correct, yes.
And I thought Ms. Tyler was in agreement?
Yes, I am in agreement in that, in principle. The other thing is it definitely needs to be addressed as far as the height restrictions. It feels a little loose, the language in here. Even if it's something, words to the effect of it being consistent with, and in context with surrounding structures, might be of help too, and some sort of.
That's going to come into, thank you for reminding me. Okay, so now,
I think the only thing I would bring up, Erica, is we have the community theater that exceeds the height too. And so if we're going to write in something in the maximum height that only addresses
Yeah.
hospitals, that would imply by omission that it didn't allow for community theaters, and we don't want to do that.
And so my suggestion
all
would
right,
be.
hold on, all right, let's, excuse me, Ms.
Isn't
Martin, I just want to stop for a second,
538
okay?
applicable to all? Ralph?
Hold on for a second, please.
Ralph.
Let's try to keep, I'm going to try to.
Yeah, but they're going to change it. They're talking about
I'm
changing it.
going to try to keep this orderly. I'm failing, I understand. But, so, the point, Mr. Brooks, today is that we're not trying to undo anything that was done before. Somebody made the point, could have been Ms. Fiore earlier this morning, that we felt no need yesterday to change 58-838 to accommodate the community theater.
We did not change it.
We did not need to change it. So if we didn't need to change it on Wednesday, we probably don't need to change it today. So now the question is to make sure that what we might do today to support the Cardiac Care Institute doesn't make it necessary to have changed 58-838 for the community theater. But I take the point, I think it was Ms. Fiore's earlier today, that said if we didn't change it on Wednesday, we probably don't need to change it today for the community theater. She must be right.
But for clarity's sake, I would like to limit the changes suggested to community hospitals.
Today?
Yes,
Today's change.
today.
Vice Chair Cross.
So I think I have a solution, and it's our alternate member's suggestion.
No name calling, please. We're all one of 8 here.
We could add the sentence that says, buildings within a rezoned public service district may exceed the 30-foot maximum height to the extent they remain contextual with adjacent building heights.
Chairman, if I can
So
weigh in a little bit here.
Deputy Director Domer, please.
Just a reminder that there are no permitted uses in this district. Every use in this district is a conditional use. And there are 10 criteria in our conditional use process that deal with context, that deal with some of the things that have been discussed about, fitting in a particular neighborhood. And so I just want to remind everybody that this isn't the only time that these uses are going to be reviewed by City Council or the Planning Advisory Board, because every single use in this district will come back through as a conditional use, and we'll have a chance to review that against those conditional use criteria. So just something to consider.
No, you're absolutely,
But we have to keep precedent in mind as well.
Hold on for a second, right. You're absolutely correct. Having said that, I don't object to the Planning Advisory Board attempting to express to council the sense that our intent is to recommend to them that even approved conditional uses might have some restrictions on them. I understand that from a purely legal point of view, that when you start off with a district that says 58-832, there are no permitted uses. So once you said that, everything that comes after that has to be built from the ground up. So we appreciate what you're saying, but considering the sensitivity to this issue in the community, I don't mind us attempting to qualify it. The good news is we're making just recommendations to our elected officials, and then they'll decide, because we have to deal not just with the ordinance and the charter and the petitioner, but we have to deal with the community, so the community believes that what we're working towards here is not something that's going to present a problem down the road. So you're right, but I also have no problem with the kinds of qualifications we're talking about. Even if they're unnecessary, I don't think they're ill-intended. Vice Chair Cross, did you have something else?
Only that this, and I take Ms. Domer's point, there's plenty in this ordinance to protect our citizenry. But saying this sets a maximum height, which we want to accomplish, and it sets the maximum height that the hospital's asked for, and it also comports with what we have done with the theater. So we've changed the ordinance, but if you look at what we've approved in the theater, the maximum height that we've allowed is contextual. So it doesn't so we've narrowed the ordinance, and we haven't created a conflict with what we did the day before yesterday.
Right. Okay, it's just one second. So I just want to, excuse me for one second, Mr. Dabney. I just want to make sure. If we use the word community hospital in the maximum height paragraph, we want to make sure that that doesn't undo what was done on Wednesday. Okay? Because because the community theater has a rezone and has a conditional use and has a site plan amendment, all of which we've recommended, there's no uncertainty about the height that was approved and the consistency with the adjacent structures. Now we're looking at a broader change to the height definition of public service districts to make sure there's no question later that what the hospital by coincidence is proposing is going to be permitted. So I want to narrow the window, if that's the will of the board as expressed by Ms. Fiore and Ms. Tyler, and I guess you also, Vice Chair Cross, but at the same time, not eliminate what we did for the community theater. So that's all I'm asking us to be mindful of. I interrupted you or cut you off, Mr. Dabney?
Well, I'm not sure I fully followed what Mr. Cross was suggesting, but it strikes me that if you go to 58-841 and look at the last sentence, which is addressing what would probably be a community hospital at this point, that sentence might more appropriately be added as the last sentence to 58-838.
I don't have a 58-840.
841 now becomes 842.
Oh, okay.
Because we've added a section for the community theater. It's that,
Okay.
it's this language here, page 3 of the proposed ordinance. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dabney.
Well, what I'm trying to do, Mr. Chairman, is to try to limit, as you're suggesting, so we don't undo what we did on Wednesday. This last sentence, I guess it's 842, is limited to what would be a community hospital. And then we could put in whatever height restriction we think is appropriate, which would obviously be the necessary height that the hospital, we believe, is seeking.
Which we're not doing today.
Whatever.
Right.
I know we're doing the text today.
We're doing a text amendment today. Basically, we're now dealing with the balancing test that was proposed by staff to eliminate the fact that it was essentially ancillary structures that would be exceeding the height limit, to allow public service district principal buildings to exceed the height limit. So in the trade-off for expanding that, the staff is looking for limitations or language, hortatory language, because remember, as Deputy Director Domer said, nothing is agreed to, language that the council can look to the community and say, and we're limited to 1, 2, and then 3, which will be consistent with other structures. Ms. Fiore, did you have something at this point?
Would it be wise to use that language, but in the regulations for the hospital, similar to what they did for the theater,
We could,
instead of moving it to 58-838?
we could.
So we could leave 58-838 the same as we did yesterday, Wednesday,
Can you guys,
while also removing principal buildings?
the clerk can't hear
And
what's
then
going on.
use the language at the end of the community theater that we used on Wednesday for the hospital?
Okay, let's think about that for a minute. Okay, so what Ms. Fiore is suggesting, Ms. Martin and Ms. Domer, is that we do not change 58-838, leave it as proposed, and instead take the language about adversely affecting public safety, exceeding the height is appropriate to serve its purpose, consistent with neighboring structures, and add that to a specific hospital provision. Did I get that correct, Ms.?
I'm just curious if that resolves the issue with not undoing Wednesday.
Okay. Okay, so we're at 10:29, so we're close to taking a break, but I want to see if that would be agreeable to the hospital.
If I'm following, I think it's okay. I'm following you.
Well, what I'm going to suggest is we're going to take a break.
Let's take a
And we're going to invite the staff and Mr. Brooks to come up with some formulation and look at it after the break.
I'd like
But
to sit.
I don't want to spend much time. I think
I agree.
Ms. Fiore's suggestion is the better path.
Okay.
Okay, without objection, with no other comments, then I'll suggest we take a 15-minute break, and during that break, we will attempt to incorporate the 3 provisions in a section pertinent to community hospitals alone. Okay? Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Does that mean that we're going to X out all of this?
Yeah, we're gonna take it and put it someplace else. In other words,
But we're gonna,
We are back in. So to recap, the suggestion was to not make any changes to section 58-838 maximum height, to leave it as it is currently in the code, and instead to make an adjustment to the final section that was being proposed to be changed in the text, which is now section 58-842, regulations regarding hospitals, which will now be community hospitals. So at this point, Ms. Martin or Ms. Domer, would you like to introduce the paragraph that we're now going to be discussing?
Yes, so we have incorporated the recommendations into the final section, which is 842, which will now read, so we change it, regulations pertaining to community hospitals, and it will say a community hospital in a public service district is not a commercial use or activity as defined in the Naples Code of Ordinances. It is accordingly stipulated that notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the foregoing district regulations, if City Council approves a community hospital as a conditional use in a public service district, City Council shall have final review and approval authority for site plans and amendments to site plans within such public service district. As part of its review and approval of such site plans and amendments to site plans, City Council shall establish the development standards, including but not limited to maximum height limitations, provided that they do not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare, and City Council has determined specifically that exceeding this height limit is appropriate for the principal building or structures to properly achieve their intended purpose of serving the community and providing a significant benefit. For approved community hospital conditional uses, such standards shall supersede the standards otherwise provided in these district regulations or elsewhere in the Naples Code of Ordinances.
Okay, I thought we were going to add an element about neighboring structures. Is that in there? I didn't.
What we said is appropriate for the principal building.
Okay, say that again, Ms.
We did add is appropriate for the principal building.
Right, but I thought we were going to add as a specific condition and compatible with neighboring structures. If Vice Chair Cross, if you would.
We were going to add that they may exceed the 30-foot height limit to the extent they remain contextual with adjacent buildings.
Okay, so I don't care about the first part because we're going to add it at the end there.
Yeah.
So what was your language again? Consistent?
That they may not exceed they must remain contextual with adjacent buildings. Or you could say, they may not exceed the height of adjacent buildings.
No, I don't want to say that because I think
Fine,
contextual.
Yeah.
Ms.
What
Fiore,
is contextual? I'm not sure that I understand that word.
I had the word compatible, but
I understand from an architectural design perspective, people use that, but I haven't really seen it used too often in codes.
It means that it can't be it must mirror the height of adjacent properties.
yeah, I didn't get that
So
from.
that's something that you're going to have to want to use language that is specific, I think.
We're going to talk about, yeah.
Yeah,
To me,
if you're gonna include
to me,
that.
Vice Chair Cross, contextual would imply architectural design elements as well as height.
That would be true.
Okay, so,
We have an architect on our staff.
all right. So I'd like to get Mr. Cross's language in front of us, so it would then be, I wish my eyes were a little better. So,
It's just here.
all right, can you read it then?
I just added it to the end of that sentence.
That's perfect.
And it just says, and will be contextual with adjacent buildings. But I don't know that we want contextual.
I don't know, that sounds.
Compatible?
That sounds, I would prefer compatible, but because we're really focusing on height here, not architecture. I certainly don't want to pretend that we're anything to do with the DRB. Ms. Tyler, did you have something?
Yeah, or other words might be congruent or consistent. Might be other choices also, but I am also in favor of not perhaps using contextual. It's a little
I don't know
I
about-
think compatible works because then you're not saying consistent, you're going to be looking to be almost the same.
Right.
So compatible could be a little different, but
The other question too is, are you going to look at buildings that are within the PS district? Or are you going to look at buildings that are outside the PS district but adjacent?
I know the answer to that. The answer is yes.
It's with adjacent buildings. It says,
It doesn't matter, in or out. It doesn't matter.
in or out, it's with adjacent buildings.
It matters whether you're looking looking across the street at the single-family homes, or whether you're looking at the buildings that are in the hospital.
Yes,
that
we
exist.
are aware. Yeah, that's exactly right. I was going to get to issues later of adjacencies with other zoning districts as well as boundary discussions when we finish the text here. But yes, but you are correct, and I think it would be wrong for us to say that if the public service district happened to abut a residential area across the street, it would be wrong to say that council, when they're looking at conditional use and site plan approvals, could not look to see how high the buildings were, or I guess I should say, what the zoning would be the maximum approved height for a residential structure. I think council should have that flexibility. So I wasn't intending, I don't think anyone here was intending that we're only looking at commercial structures.
I would say.
Ms. Martin.
The conditional use criteria, one of the criteria says the proposed development shall be compatible and appropriate with respect to adjacent properties and other property in the district and geographic area. So I think that's language that's already in our code we could
Okay, but
borrow from.
Okay, can we borrow from that for this?
Yeah, exactly.
Vice Chair Cross, excuse me.
Contextual has an architectural meaning.
I understand that. You prefer the word contextual to compatible.
I will, what do you think? Rick?
Well, I'm asking what you, right now I'm
But
asking.
I think that contextual has an architectural meaning.
It does, okay.
And that one of its meanings is that it limits the height of the structure to the height of adjacent properties.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but I do believe it has an architectural meaning. But I don't think it limits it to any mirroring. I think,
Not mirroring, just, can you be 2 feet higher? Yeah,
could you be 10 feet higher?
probably not.
Okay, so-
Depending upon, if you're talking about buildings that are 200 feet high, yeah, you can be 10 feet
Okay,
high.
right,
refers to the environment within which the building is.
Right.
So I think
Yeah.
we can use it.
use what?
Contextual.
Okay. Mr. Phillips?
Like so many of these words, I don't know how to define that.
Right.
It's too vague for me.
Yeah, I prefer compatible because it's already in the existing code, but I'm just one of 8. Ms. Veras, can we ask you, somebody's watching, compatible versus contextual, do you have a preference?
No, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Coughlin? Mr. Coughlin?
Pat, you're muted.
We hear you, I don't hear Mr. Coughlin.
Okay, I'm back. I prefer compatible.
You have to speak up, sir.
Turn up the
other
volume.
word people won't understand.
Mr. Coughlin, please.
Yes, I prefer.
You're still too faint.
Hold, please.
Hold on for a second.
Maybe do a testing 1, 2, 3, because you're too faint.
Sound check, please, Mr. Coughlin.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not, keep going. How many numbers do you
7, 8,
know?
9, 10. 1, 2, 3.
If I may, Chairman, I can hear him very clearly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can't hear you.
guys.
Compatible.
So, hold on.
All right, while we're sorting you out, let's just finish going around the room. So, Ms. Fiore was okay with contextual instead of compatible. Mr. Dabney?
Is our objective here, whatever, and let's just focus on the hospital for a moment. We don't want the new building to be taller than the present hospital building.
We're not saying anything like that.
We're not.
They're saying that, and council will one day look at that. We're simply creating a path forward so that there is in our code of ordinances, a legal way without getting into charter country where the hospital can request a building higher than 30 feet, which is the current public service district standard. And now, that's all we're doing. We're just creating a pathway.
So why are we adding this? Can you tell me what the add-on language we're discussing now is?
Sure. I highlighted it here, we're at, it's a sentence, or the end of sentence, will be compatible and contextual with adjacent buildings.
You have compatible and contextual.
I just added both so we could decide.
So my question,
Wait, hold on for 1 second, Mr. Grant. I want to let Mr. Dabney. You're asking why are we doing this?
yeah,
Okay, we're doing this because, and you are entitled to disagree. Because
I don't have any opinion because I don't understand.
Okay, all right. Most of us believe that since we are specifically now creating the right for a petitioner, could be the Naples Community Hospital, to request a structure higher than 30 feet, which is the Code of Ordinance limitation on structures in a public service district, that we want to create and suggest to council that they consider, because we're just recommending some specific additional criteria, that they would look at the proposed site plan and conditional use applications when they come forward, and we're suggesting that there are 3 conditions: that it not be adverse to public safety and health, that it be necessary to meet the need of the structure, and the third one we're now discussing is that the proposed height be compatible and contextual with neighboring structures in and out of the district. And we're suggesting to council that these are the kinds of things that the Planning Advisory Board thinks they should be having in mind when they look at a future application. It's completely hortatory in the sense that since no uses are permitted, council is free to do whatever they want, which is one of the beauties of a public service district. There are no legal rights by an applicant. Everything has to be approved.
Well, my comment would be, I have no objection to adding that language if that's the will of the board. I will tell you, I don't think it means anything.
Right. And I don't know that it means anything either, except we are here today, remembering what I think I said. Because of the involvement of the community and the support the community has expressing for the hospital, it's, I think, important that the planning board not only make recommendations to council, but that council will feel that it's important that they clearly explain when they do approve the text amendment, because it will be sometime in the future before the site plan and the rezone applications come forward, the way they're going to be looking at the application. And they will, believe me, wordsmith our words, but I just agree from staff, and it's expressed by Ms. Fiore and Vice Chair Cross, it's right for us to try to qualify it in some fashion, and that's what we're doing. We did not do this for the community theater because they had a very specific proposal in front of us. We knew exactly what we were recommending in terms of height. We do not know what the hospital is going to propose. We know what the hospital said they're planning to propose based on the presentation today, but technically they're under no legal obligation to do exactly that. There's no reason to think that Ms. McMichaels and her team wouldn't have further enhancements as they get more information. They haven't done soil testing. Who knows what could happen as they come forward with final proposals. They have to do stormwater, traffic, parking, all these studies. And what we're just doing is we're trying to give a framework as advisors to council. That's all I think we're doing.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I've told you, I'm fine with the changes to 58-842. The language in the yellow, I've told you my view on it. As a matter of law, I don't think it adds a thing. But if people want it in there and it makes them feel better, that's fine with me.
Okay. All right.
Hear me?
Just one second. Mr. Coughlin, are you there?
Yes, I came back. I don't know what happened to me, but anyway, I think
all right, so-
simplicity is best, and I think people understand what compatible is.
Okay. So right now, Ms. Martin was prepared to put compatible and contextual as a suggestion. Could you live with that for today, Mr. Coughlin?
I could live with it, but I think it's just, I agree with Mr. Dabney. I think it's just an exercise in verbiage.
Okay. I'm not offended. Okay. Mr. Phillips?
Well, I don't want to see contextual in there personally, just because I don't even know how you would define that. I mean, I can imagine it in, and I certainly can imagine it in architectural drawings, but there's nothing contextual about 2 houses next to each other in this town. I mean, as you've seen too frequently. I'm a little concerned with the sentence in general, because I'm not sure if you're saying compatible with single-family homes across the street, that how you define this building as being such. So the whole sentence to me is problematic.
Right, and that, of course, is something that council will address when the final plans come forward, and if council believes that the alignment or the height of the building needs to be adjusted because of the residences across the street? I started to mix metaphors and say they'll cross that bridge, but they'll adjust it. I don't think there's anything wrong with us recognizing that we are going to be looking at the height of nearby structures when we look at whether or not the height that's proposed is there. Ms. Tyler, and then we'll circle back to Mr. Grant.
Yep, I think the compatible works well in this case, and it's been used as language in other parts of our code, so to stay consistent.
Right. I would prefer compatible, not contextual, since it's used in there, but we'll circle back and make a final decision. Mr. Grant, are you okay with this? Ms. McMichaels, would you like to address that sentence? And we're not going to ask you to diagram it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, Paula McMichael with Holmontez for the record. The only statement I was going to make is that we would prefer the word compatible because it is defined, and I think we all understand what that means. Okay. And that's something that we'll need to address with the rezoning petition that comes forward, the conditional use petition, contextual. We're arguing about what it means right now, so I think...
You can argue in front of the Design Review Board. They'll tell you what it means. But okay, so with that, Mr. Cross, are you willing to live with compatible?
I would, although I think Rick raises an interesting point, that it is vague, and others have echoed that it's vague. And since we aren't changing the definition of maximum height, but that we are speaking only about the community hospital,
right,
I think we have the ability to be more specific. And since the hospital would be happy at 75 feet, and the community would like to see a height limit on the building, I think that kind of creates an invitation to be more specific.
Right, and I'm not comfortable with our responsibilities in a text amendment of 75 feet. I don't know where we measure it from. I don't know what their slash requirements are. I really want to just have a path here and not a conclusion. And I also believe that in their hearts, while the hospital might sincerely believe the specifics, which we're grateful to get today, that could change 6 inches or a foot one way, either way, because there's all kinds of engineering and mechanical requirements and site, as I say, until you go on the site and you start looking at what's underground, you just don't know what you're going to find. So I don't think we need to do that. I want to stay focused right now on whether we agree that we're going to add into the language as suggested originally by Ms. Fiore, 58-842, all three qualifications that not adverse to public safety, necessary to meet the need of the building, and compatible with other neighboring structures.
I'm in agreement.
Okay. Ms. Fiore?
I just, in the last sentence, I think after such standards, it should be may instead of shall.
Do we have that? Okay, so now, take contextual is out. We're going to go stick with compatible with neighboring structures.
And then one more thing when you're done.
You can, Ms. Fiore. Did you get that, Ms. Martin? Ms. Fiore?
Oh, and then they did maximum height including but not limited to. Instead of being that broad, should we limit it to minimum yards, maximum height, maximum lot coverage, similar to the way that it was written in the theater?
You okay with that? Ms. Martin?
I am okay with that. The only reason I didn't offer that specifically is the only reason we included lot coverage with the theater is because it was an existing building.
Right.
This is
So
a
we should
blank
not do
slate.
that. Okay.
And so I didn't want to.
We're going to leave that till down the road.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I
So
feel
we'll
like
just
it
stay
could
in
be
that
a-
site.
Okay.
I just didn't offer it.
All right, so now, at the risk of summing up, I will ask Deputy Director Delmer or Director Martin to read what is the final version of what will be new 58-842 regulations regarding community hospitals as the final portion of the text amendment.
Yes. All right, new section is a community hospital in a public service district is not a commercial use or activity as defined in the Naples Code of Ordinances. It is accordingly stipulated that notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the foregoing district regulations, if City Council approves a community hospital as a conditional use in a public service district, City Council shall have final review and approval authority for site plans and amendments to site plans within such public service district. As part of its review and approval of such site plans and amendments to site plans, City Council shall establish the development standards, including but not limited to maximum height limitations, provided that they do not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare, and City Council has determined specifically that exceeding this height limit is appropriate for the principal building or structures to properly achieve their intended purpose of serving the community and providing a significant benefit and will be compatible with adjacent buildings. For approved community hospital conditional uses, such standards may supersede the standards otherwise provided in these district regulations or elsewhere in the Naples Code of Ordinances.
And when we say Code of Ordinances, do we want to say Land Development Code, or like we did yesterday?
Dealer's choice.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, didn't we say we're better off, instead of saying everywhere in the Code of Ordinances, the Land Development Code?
Yes, we did yesterday.
All right, so for consistency, Land Development Code, please, then. Consistency being the hobgoblin of small minds, I don't mind doing it.
Maybe the word, this height limit should say exceeding the height limit.
Okay?
You think has determined specifically exceeding the height limit.
All right? So I'm going to go around and poll the panel on this change, and while I'm doing that, I just want to make sure, Mr. Grant, you all stare at this, recognizing we're just recommending to council and recognizing that the city attorney could clean this up before it's presented to council, but in principle?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Just to address one of the questions about
Yes, sir.
compatible, so one of the Planning Advisory Board members had a question about what that means. That is not defined in 44.8 of our code, but it is defined in state statute in the context of the Community Planning Act and generally accepted planning terminology. Compatibility, at least as defined in 163.3164, is a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition.
Very helpful. Thank you for doing that. All right, so now I'm just going to ask the panel individually, are you okay with the final version as tweaked of 58-842? Mr. Coughlin?
Yes.
Ms. Veras?
Yes.
Ms. Fiore?
Yes.
Mr. Dabney?
Yes.
And we know that's an asterisk with you, Mr. Dabney. Vice Chair Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And Ms. Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, so we have consensus, we're unanimous. We will take a vote, which Ms. Tyler doesn't participate in, but I want to make sure that you're content with where we are.
I am content, but I would like to just add one more thing that.
You certainly can.
Thank you, that City Council may very well want to look a little closer at this 58-838, only because I do think that Ms. Fiore's suggestion was a successful one, and it does solve the issue specifically with this project. But going forward, I do think that's still problematic as far as the specificity in that one, and City Council may very well want to address that.
Right, I agree. It seems antiquated and outdated. I respect the idea of water towers and spires. Seems wrong, but the beauty of what I think we've done today is we didn't change it Wednesday, we're not changing it today, but we're specifically addressing the needs of community theaters and community hospitals separately, which I think is a stronger legal basis for a council to evaluate the future conditional uses, and if they want to look at that, they may.
Agreed.
But I think that's great. Okay, Mr. Grant, did you have any final comments before we take a?
Nope.
Okay.
Think not.
So at this point, even though this is legislative, we do need to vote, is that correct?
Yes, we still need to make a recommendation to City Council.
Okay, so I'm now looking for someone to make a motion with needing a second to make the accumulated changes to the proposed text amendment, which is text amendment 22-T6 as amended and revised today. Is someone prepared to make that motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Coughlin. May I have a second?
Second.
Oh, I think that was Ms. Veras, transatlantically, got it by a nose. Okay, so our Zoomers have moved and seconded by Ms. Veras. Any other discussion by the planning board before we call for a vote? Hearing none, Ms. Duran, would you like to poll the panel, please?
Ms. Veras, I'm sorry, Member Veras.
Yes.
Member Dabney.
Yes.
Member Fiore.
Yes.
Member Coughlin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cross.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Chair Salfon.
Yes. So it's unanimously agreed to recommend to council the revised text amendments, and since this is legislative and we can be more informal, is there anything the hospital or your representatives like to say in closing here before we move on to the other?
Mr. Hills might like to say something.
Anything, Mr. Hiltz?
I would just like to thank you for your work on this. I know it's laborious and everything else, but it's very, very important to us, and it's, as you said, to our community. So we greatly appreciate your work on this and look forward to the next step.
Thank you very much. I hope we're all agreed this is a path forward that you can take to achieve your objectives. With that, I'll close discussion on item 6A, and we are now ready to move to 6-something. 6G, hold on. Let me see, E, F, G. G comes after F. Okay, item 6G. I'll read into the record. A resolution, this is now quasi-judicial. This is quasi-judicial, so after I read this in the record, we'll ask for people to be sworn, and we will have our disclosures. 6G, a resolution determining site plan petition 22-SP3 to allow for the conversion of a portion of an irrigation pond to an overflow parking lot for employees, members, and guests on the property owned by Gray Oaks Country Club, Inc., and located at 2785 Airport Road North, more fully described herein, and providing an effective date. So now I'll ask everyone who plans to testify to rise to be sworn, please.
Chairman, I've asked Andy Holland to be here. I think he's been in and out. When he comes, we'll swear him.
He's on his way.
Okay, we'll swear him separate. Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right. So my understanding, are you asking us to wait for Mr. Holland?
No, you can begin, but before he testifies, he'll have to be sworn in separately.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
He's
So
going to talk about stormwater.
Yeah, we will. I'm guessing talk about stormwater. Okay. Is that Mr. Holland? Okay, I can't tell from back here. Okay, so now I'll ask for disclosures. Mr. Coughlin.
Nothing to disclose.
Ms. Veras.
Nothing to disclose.
Ms. Fiore.
Nothing to disclose?
Mr. Dabney.
Nothing to disclose.
Vice Chair Cross.
Visited the site, spoke with an employee of the facility.
Okay.
Nothing to disclose.
Ms. Tyler.
Nothing to disclose.
All right, and I have email communications with Ms. Perry regarding questions, and they may have been communicated to the Gray Oaks petitioners, but I have not spoken to anyone from Gray Oaks. All right, so at this point, we're ready for petitioner to come forward. This is quasi-judicial, and to identify yourself, please, and then make your presentation. And after that, we'll have questions, and then we'll have the staff report from Ms. Perry.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Wayne Arnold. I'm a certified planner with Q. Grady Minor & Associates, and with me today is Mike Dellett, professional engineer from our firm, and Richard Chalupa, who's a landscape architect from our firm that have been involved.
Excuse me for a second. Mr. Holland, while you're here, would you mind raising your hand, and we'll swear you in so we don't have to do that later?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chalupa from our firm was just outside when you were swearing and other...
Yes, please raise your hand.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr.
Do you
Arnold.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. We apologize.
Oh, no problem at all. Thank you. I just wanted to make a few introductory remarks. We've been working with the Gray Oaks team doing strategic planning for both the estuary side and the Gray Oaks side, so we've been delving into some of the city and county operations. And in this particular case, one of the key things that they've been searching for was for some additional parking, largely for employee and overflow parking when they have special events. And seasonally, they bring in employees. And it's just a challenge at both clubs when they have major events during the season. So this was an opportunity to reclaim part of an irrigation pond that's a lined pond. It doesn't serve a stormwater function for the community. So the idea was to come forward and make this site plan change. We looked at the overall Gray Oaks PUD. We believe that it's not a substantial change to the documents as identified in your land development code. And we believe that we've addressed the criteria that are in your site plan review criteria. So Mike Dellett is here and is going to walk through a very brief presentation to orient you a little bit more specifically at what we're attempting to do, and we're available to answer questions when we're finished.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Mike Dellett, engineer with Q Grady Minor Associates.
Okay, are your credentials,
I've been previously approved.
were your
passed.
credentials submitted?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you've previously testified in front of us or similar panels here?
Yes, I have.
So please go ahead then.
Sure. And Wayne's gone through the introduction of the other folks that are with us. A representative from Gray Oaks was here but had to leave for an appointment, so we'll move on here. So you're generally aware of the location of the project at the corner of Estuary and Airport Road. There's a pond there, and the Moorings Park facility is located just to the south of this. This parcel is owned by essentially the members of the Gray Oaks and Estuary Club. They're one club, and the pond itself operates as an irrigation collection pond for use within both the estuary and Gray Oaks facilities, depending on water use demand. And that Gray Oaks, that water use is regulated by essentially the members, again, of the Gray Oaks community who own a irrigation system. So they've entered into an operation agreement with the club and the irrigation system to allow this proposed parking area within what essentially is a plastic-lined irrigation pond. So the area, currently right now, there's a driveway that goes back to the golf maintenance facility that's used for overflow parking. Now and then they park along the edge of the road, and those spaces then would be paved along the road there. You can see the shaded area that's adjacent to the existing road. So those will all be paved, and then we'll be filling a little bit into the pond in order to accommodate the proposed parking expansion. Let's see, here we'll go. We've obtained a water management permit modification through the Water Management District, and I've referenced that here on the slide. All the water management is regulated within ponds elsewhere within the estuary community. This pond, when it was permitted, was separated from the water management system, and that it does not provide any water quality treatment or attenuation. It just overflows when there's certain levels of rain into the rest of the estuary system. So all the water quality was already provided for in the existing Water Management District permit, and it meets your current stormwater ordinance. We've also discussed with the irrigation system management about the volume change within the lakes. This lake is interconnected with another lined lake behind the clubhouse. It's about a total of 3 acres or so. And the amount of area that we're filling in with the lakes or the equivalent volume is a very insubstantial amount compared to the total capacity within that lake system. That lake system gets water from a few sources. One is the canal system that runs along Airport Road. There's a pumping system that pumps into the lake. It also obtains some well water, and then it obtains reuse water now and then from the city of Naples. We've coordinated with the City of Naples utilities on this proposed use, and they've had no objection, I guess, as you've seen in the staff report. Just some reference to landscape, and again, our landscape architect, Richard Chalupa, is here to answer any questions, but these are some street views of the existing condition there. The pond, if you're going by at 45 miles an hour, it's pretty hard to see, but if you happen to be stopped at the light there is an opening within the pond buffer right now, and we're proposing to fill that, and you'll see that on the next slide, but otherwise, it's pretty well landscaped along Airport Road. Again, our landscape architect can elaborate more on this, but the proposal is to fill that buffer back in along Airport Road to complete that with similar type vegetation. And then along the lake side of the parking to add a series of sable palm trees and other shrubbery similar to cocoa plum or similar would be down at parking light level, or excuse me, at the level of the cars, so to act as additional buffer there. The intent is to try to hide that lake so it wouldn't be seen from either the entry to the estuary or along Airport Road. It's kind of a brief presentation of the project. I'd be glad to answer any specific questions you may have on it, or we could bring our landscape architect in.
I think we'd like to hear, I think there will be questions if the landscape architect would like to elaborate on the buffer and why you're putting the landscape buffer and where right now. That probably would be helpful, and then we'll continue and talk about the plants that are coming in. Do you have a palette of plants that you're proposing to use?
For the record, Richard Chalupa, landscape architect with Grady Minor. The plant palette is pretty simple as far as the actual parking lot trees for the canopy for the parking areas, green buttonwood trees, and then anywhere we're infilling along airport polling is live oaks, just to mimic what's already there. We're not proposing to add any shrubbery along airport polling, as the existing shrubs are sufficient enough. And then to buffer additionally for the parking space, we have a row of cabbage palms, and then underneath there are cocoa plum, just a hedge, solid singular hedge. And this just creates a buffer, again, to screen, car height, and also provide some additional shade and, essentially create that buffer between the lake and airport polling for all the cars in that vehicular use area. So the plant palette's simple, native, and really should adapt well, for the situation we're proposing.
Is that information in the package?
It's on the actual landscape plans, yes.
Okay. Did you have anything further from Gray Oaks before? Okay.
No.
At this point, I'll invite the panel to have questions for the petitioner before we hear the staff report. Are there any questions? Ms. Ferris?
None.
Mr. Coughlin?
Yes, we're increasing the amount of impervious land here. How much of the lake is being shortened? I can't tell from the plan I'm looking at here.
Yes.
What percentage, by what percentage is the lake shrinking?
And I will say right now, Mr. Coughlin, although I call it a trick, technically under South Florida Water Management District regulations, the pond, the existing irrigation pond, is also impervious, just like swimming pools are, because under the bottom of the pond is rubber or plastic or something. But I take your non-scientific point, so please go ahead, Mr. Coughlin.
Well, I just want to know by what percentage is that pond being shrunk?
Yeah, the actual pond surface area is being reduced roughly about 10 to 15%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. Ms. Fiore?
So what's the permeability of the new parking area?
That'll be impervious, as is the existing pond, because it's lined, as you indicated, with a plastic liner.
Yeah.
So it's all impervious.
But it still accumulates water.
Yes.
The
So
version of permeability, because it's
yeah,
absorbed.
it would, but in a larger storm event, it overflows into the master system.
Mhm.
So this new pavement will not drain into that pond. It'll drain into the master stormwater system, which has already accommodated the water quality treatment for this area.
And I think they said it'll be for occasional use?
Yes, it's not going to be for, well, maybe during season, you'd have more regular parking there, but certainly this time of year it would not be used.
And then are there other surfaces that could have been considered that are more permeable?
As
surfaces, like
Mr. Arnold had,
green?
yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Arnold had alluded to, we did a massive search of both their estuary properties and the Gray Oaks property, which total is probably over, 900 acres, looking for alternative sites. And this is the only one that really was practical, considering it's mostly already, or it is already lined with impervious, that was no trade-off there.
Oh, no, I meant the type of product used as opposed to concrete or pavement.
Type of material, I'm
Hard,
sorry.
yeah, different
yes.
type of permeable hard surface, yeah.
We
It's
did
more
not look at that here, just simply because it's a shorter lot and a lot of turning movements, and some of those other types of materials do not handle turning movements well. And it's an expensive cost as it is to construct within the lake because of the fill costs, so the Gray Oaks folks were trying to keep costs reasonable.
Thank you, Ms. Fiore. Mr. Dabney.
No questions.
Vice Chair Cross.
I have a question of the landscape architect.
Mr. Chalupa?
Can you tell me how many mature ficus trees you're going to be removing in order to install this parking lot?
I do not have that count, but roughly 5.
7?
7.
I counted.
Okay, 7.
That was it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Cross? Nope. Mr. Phillips? No. Ms. Tyler?
Just a couple questions. I think this is probably for the engineer. What do we know about the floodplain elevation of the structure that's adjacent to that pond, most closest?
I believe it's above the flood elevation. That structure there is actually a pump house for their irrigation system.
Okay. Has there ever been any incidents of this waterway, this pond overflowing or wild fluctuations in water level?
There's not a lot of fluctuations. There is in the dry season because they can't put as much water in there from the canal. I don't know if you noticed this past season went down quite a bit, but normally it's rather stabilized. And as I said, it has an overflow that enters the master stormwater system. So that pump house there is well above any maximum stage within the pond.
Okay, and then lastly, you said that the water runoff that would be accommodated by the city stormwater provisions, I guess, the master.
Yes, it meets that.
And so, and you say it runs away from the pond and back, I'm assuming, into this sort of tree area right here?
Correct. There are inlets there, existing inlets that'll drain to.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just say in general, having seen this, I wasn't crazy from a comprehensive plan perspective of taking what pervious or not still looks like a water feature and putting it into a parking lot without more demonstration of the need for the parking lot. It must be frustrating to you as members of a very popular and successful club that we question your judgment about how to operate your own property, but it is a PD. We have responsibilities, as council does, and we have to look at this from the lens of a comprehensive plan. So we'll circle back later, and I'll want more information, as others will, about the applicability of the new stormwater regulations to this project and to further as to whether or not your change to this actually opens up the PD entirely. This is a subject that is near and dear to council's heart as these historic PDs come up for modifications, and we'll talk about that later. So I have nothing specific, but I want to just set the stage, and then we'll invite Ms. Perry to make the presentation from staff, and thank you, Mr. Holland, for attending right now. Ms. Perry.
Good morning, Margaret Perry, planner with the City of Naples. My qualifications are on file for this petition. I've been accepted as a witness before the Planning Advisory Board and City Council previously. Item 6G is a request for site plan approval for the conversion of a portion of an irrigation pond into a parking lot for overflow parking for employees, members, and guests of the Gray Oaks Country Clubs. And this is for parking for not just the club within the estuary, but the clubs located in the county portion of Gray Oaks. The proposed parking area will include 74 parking spaces and the petitioner has indicated that individuals who park in this area will be shuttled to either their workplace or to events that require overflow parking. Because this site is located within a planned development, Code Section 4633E requires that the site plan be considered by Planning Advisory Board with ultimate approval to City Council. At this point, it's anticipated that this petition will be considered by City Council on August 17th of 2022 after their summer recess. 121 property owners were notified of this request for those who live within 1,000 feet, and no correspondence has been received. Pursuant to Section 4633G of the Code of Ordinance, staff has applied the site plan standards to this request and finds that the criteria have been met. Should the PAB recommend approval of this petition to City Council, staff suggests that the approval be subject to the site plan sufficiency letter dated April 13th, 2022, which is included in your background material. With that, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Welcome.
Mr. Coughlin, any questions for Ms. Perry?
No questions of staff at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Veras?
No questions, Chairman.
Ms. Fiore?
No questions.
Vice Chair Cross?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
Okay. All right, so me. All right, so let's talk about the new stormwater regulations. They will apply to this project?
They will, and with any specific questions, I would defer to Mr. Holland.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is if they apply, what areas would be affected? How much of the PD would be subject to the new regulations? We've heard that the water that will hit the impervious parking lot won't go back to the existing remaining pond, but in fact flow to city storm drains, or whatever they.
He called it the master. Andy Holland, interim director.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
By the way, I'm a professional engineer, and I've presented, licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. I've presented in front of this board.
Thank you. Can you talk about a little bit about the new rules and what the actual impact will be?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that this does not drain to the city's stormwater system. What he said was it'll overflow to the master water management system of the estuary.
Where does that flow to?
To the west, to the Gordon River.
To the west?
They have a series of ponds through their golf course community, and those stormwater lakes, unlike this irrigation pond, are all the stormwater ponds are all interconnected, and they discharge to the Gordon River. But
go ahead.
This was permitted through the Water Management District. The way the Water Management District criteria works is they look at two sets of criteria. They do 2.5 inches over the impervious area, or 1 inch over the entire site, and they require the water quality volume for whichever one is more strict. In the cases of golf course communities, since there's so much green space, typically the 1 inch over the site dictates, and it's 1 inch over the entire site with no exemptions. And so that's what applies here for the entire community, and that exceeds the city's new stormwater requirement, which is also 1 inch over the entire site, but the city allows exemptions for green space. And that's because in the city, we're not building a lot of golf course communities or large open green space areas and redevelopment. When we all worked through the new stormwater ordinance, which went through the PAB a couple of times, the goal was to encourage and incentivize green space, for single-family homes, commercial development, and redevelopment. And so embedded in that new stormwater ordinance is an exemption for green space. So this project actually exceeds the city's new stormwater ordinance.
Okay. So would you say that, therefore, though, the new city stormwater ordinance would be applicable to the entire Gray Oaks PD?
No. When large projects like this come in, we define a project area. So you can think of Park Shore Plaza, maybe, and when Duck Donuts came in, that's not an out parcel. That was a project within a large piece of property, and we define a project area, and we make them comply with this new city stormwater ordinance for that project area within that site. We apply that standard to all large, commercial or otherwise redevelopment projects throughout the city.
Okay, so if Gray Oaks was going to, down the road, expand their clubhouse or do some new structure, would the new stormwater ordinance apply or not apply?
It would apply, and
But it doesn't apply now.
It does apply, but this meets and exceeds the city's stormwater.
I'm making it, right, I'm making that distinction. I understood, I hope, your testimony that as a practical matter, no adjustments are necessary to the Gray Oaks drainage system as a result of either South Florida water management rules or our new stormwater ordinance.
That's correct.
But the stormwater ordinance would apply in principle to the overall PD, and for this specific project, you didn't have any concerns with respect to the drainage.
Correct. We have no concerns with respect to the drainage.
Okay. Mr. Phillips?
Explain to me, please, why it wouldn't be preferable for this to drain back into the pond as opposed to draining into the entire collection system?
That might be a question for the petitioner. In my opinion, it could drain into the irrigation pond. That water just gets distributed to the green spaces throughout the community. It seems through their plan that they chose to route it to the west, which goes to the water management system. I think the testimony from Mr. Dellett was that the irrigation pond provides no water quality benefit. It's lined so there's no percolation, or that may help answer that question.
I just saw a flash in front of my eyes. That wasn't just me. Okay, so what you're suggesting, and we'll ask the folks from Gray Oaks to speak, that if the water from the parking area drains into their master area, that means it flows into the other ponds on the property, some of which are they all lined, are they all impervious, or does that mean that somehow or other the water becomes more useful than it would if it flowed into the irrigation pond? Can you all express yourself on that point, please?
I'm going to have some questions.
Yeah, I understand.
For the record, Michael Dellett again. There's a couple of reasons we did not want to discharge into the irrigation pond. First, as Andy had alluded to, there's no technical treatment within that pond, whereas there are other inherent treatment processes in the stormwater ponds within the rest of the estuary, be that plant life in there, mixing from other activities that help control pollutants. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is if we direct into the pond, we're concerned about the edge of the parking area, which is, it's filling into a pond and eventually eroding that if we don't have the water draining away from the edge there. So there were a couple of reasons to have it go into the master system.
Well, you didn't have to make an edge. You could have put a French drain around the edge.
We could, again.
It would have been more expensive.
Yeah.
It's been there. But okay.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, but there were solutions that are more expensive. Are you saying that the irrigation pond isn't treated? There is a pumping station. So
There's a
it's
pump.
oxygenated, but there's no other treatment.
Yeah, there's actually no oxygenation going on. It just takes that pumped water and distributes it to the.
To what?
To the irrigation system.
From that pond?
Yes. So there's direct discharge into an irrigation system. So if there happened to be oils or whatnot that typically drip from a car, I would not recommend distributing that into the irrigation
Okay.
system.
And the water that comes there into that, the water that created that irrigation pond comes from where, sir?
It comes from the Airport Road main canal, from well systems, and from the county's the city's reuse system.
Okay, so that's potable, non-potable irrigation water that's in there and it's redistributed from there.
That's correct.
Okay, and you obviously feel that this de minimis change doesn't adversely affect your ability to irrigate?
That's correct. We've worked with the irrigation system that's, again, controlled by the members.
No, I don't know anything about golf course and membership, but I'm confident that keeping the golf course green would be a priority over parking for the staff. I'm just sure of that. Vice Chair Cross.
You did say that in a storm event, that pond overflows into the stormwater system, is that correct?
It overflows into the remainder of the estuary's master system, yes.
And I'm assuming that pond does in fact serve a stormwater function, because within, I would say, 100 feet of the pond, when it rains, the water runs into the pond, right? I mean, when it rains onto the road, the water the road is cambered, the pond is below the elevation of the road, the water runs into that pond.
Yes, it would contain that water.
Yeah, and as it would contain water within, say, 100 feet of the circumference of the pond.
Probably just to the edge of the road or whatnot. So the rest of the water had to be directed into the master system.
So the pond does provide a stormwater function.
I would say it's nominal, and it was not intended to do that. So the
Right,
master.
but it does, you had said it does not provide a stormwater function. In fact, it does provide a stormwater.
Well, if I could elaborate on that just a little bit. So the whole entire system, let's just say it's 200 acres, was designed to handle runoff from the entire 200 acres, including this pond. So when that system was designed with a series of lakes and a master control structure before it discharged the Gordon River, the allowable discharge rate coming out of that control structure, which controls all the stormwater within the estuary, was designed with this area in mind. And there was no credit in that design for any stormwater attenuation within the irrigation pond. So it's done on an area-wide basis. There's no benefit from this pond in that analysis.
Right, so, okay, I mean, that would make this stormwater function that the pond serves was never accounted for.
Correct. In the calculations,
Thank
yeah, okay.
Anything else?
Of our guy, yeah.
You had questions for Mr. Holland?
I do.
Mr. Holland? Go ahead, Vice Chair Cross.
So, did you at any point do any actual engineering calculations to determine if this change would have any effect on the stormwater capacity of Gray Oaks?
No, we reviewed the calculations that were provided by the applicant, and we're okay with those. And on the last question, if I may, the road is actually inverted. It's not crowned like a normal road.
Okay.
I'm looking at the site plans that are in the packet, page 4 of 5 of the site plans. And there's grading of that existing road that show that flows into a catch basin in the center, which goes to the water management system.
Well, that's interesting, though. I had assumed the road was crowned.
Hold on for a second, Mr. Holland, so Ms. Tyler can catch up. In the site plan, page 1 of 5, on page 4.
Page 4, correct.
Page 4, they're showing the road is an inverted feature.
Okay, I see. I just was trying to get my bearings. Which road is that? What's the name of that road?
Airport Pulling.
Thank you.
No,
Oh, is it
not airport pulling.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's the access road that goes to their maintenance facility. It's
Yeah,
small.
they're a private road.
Correct.
I was talking about Airport Pulling.
Airport Pulling is a county road. It has its own county municipal drainage system, and that would probably drain to the east, to the canal,
It drains to a ditch on the other side.
the east
So-
side.
It drains
Yeah.
east, I believe.
But my point, which the engineer agreed to, was that the area immediately surrounding the pond, because it is higher than the pond, and the pond is lower than the immediate area around it, when you have a storm event, water from the area immediately around the pond drains into the pond.
I agree.
So it does serve it serves a stormwater function. Maybe that's the stormwater function it serves. That was my point. Now, by adding this parking lot, they are reducing they are further taxing, but maybe, and as you had said, de minimisly, but they are they aren't increasing their capacity for stormwater management and maintenance. They are decreasing their capacity for stormwater management and maintenance.
Well, I think Mr. Dellett mentioned that it wasn't intended to serve a stormwater purpose, so.
I'm just talking about, I'm not talking about intentions, I'm talking just practically, from a practical perspective, this change, but slight, it will be slight, but it will diminish Gray Oak's capacity for stormwater maintenance, for stormwater.
What I would say to that is the stormwater management system was designed for hundreds of acres, and this petition does not increase the acreage. So the stormwater management system for the estuary isn't decreased. I understand the point that they're filling in a pond and that receives water from above, but this all gets, this water gets sprayed onto the golf course, which goes into the ponds anyway. So it's not, it's not a negative impact in stormwater staff's viewpoint.
Okay, thank
Anything
you.
else? Vice Chair Cross?
Nope.
Okay, so getting back to the staff report. So my concern here, Ms. Perry, is that recognizing this is a private club and they wouldn't spend their members' money unwisely, I don't believe I've seen any specific justification for how many times a year they run out of parking, and that 74 spaces, which seems to be the size they've selected, is necessary. Did they provide you with information about the number of days of the year that their parking is inadequate, and specifically why 74 spaces is the right number? Because
They did not provide specific information, just generally during season when they have golf tournaments, parties, special events, stuff like that, but they didn't give dates, times, anything like that.
Okay, so my view is that I don't know whether another petitioner came and asked for a site plan petition to do something, we would do it without having what amounts to a parking needs analysis, which I know is in an alternative to the code, as to how much parking there is and whether the amount of parking overall is facilitated or whether they need additional parking. And truth is that this parking lot's tucked where it is, because I bicycled around the site, because it's proximate to the areas that the people who are parking there are working in terms of staff. So I understand why it's desirable. I just don't think the record is complete, in my point of view, to approve a site plan petition without the additional information. I don't know whether they have it. I don't know whether their decision was anecdotal, because the staff complained or the members complained or the golfers complained that cars were parked right by that tee box for that magnificent hole that I can only imagine how many balls I'd lose if I tried to play it. But I don't know whether they have additional information that they could provide.
I think you could probably ask the petitioner that.
I'm looking at petitioner over
Okay.
their shoulder, but I don't see anybody nodding their head saying, yes, I have the information, so.
Again, Wayne Arnold, for your record. We don't have specific parking data counts, Mr. Selfon, but we have worked with their strategic planning committee. Mr. Della and I have attended numerous meetings at the Gray Oaks Club where it's been well documented by their strategic planning group that on days where they have a golf club event, they have a dining event, or they have a special event such as a wedding, and then seasonally they bring in additional employees to work the club, they have a demand for parking that's proximate to their facilities. So it may be anecdotal, but they do have a parking problem that they've been trying to resolve.
Right, and I'm saying, I don't doubt it, nobody would spend the money to do this, but if you didn't have a problem, but I think some documentation, description, a report from the Strategic Planning Committee describing this specific situation, the fact that they looked at alternatives, as somebody else asked, Ms. Fiore maybe, before they made the decision to fill in the pond. And I understand impervious is impervious, but that's not what you would say if you're driving by. One way you're looking at a piece of water, another you're looking at a parking lot. and they don't look the same to any of us, as you all recognize. So I'm suggesting that as you go forward to council, you may want to consider providing additional background and information to justify the change. And again, I recognize this must be maddening to have us here seeming to involve ourselves as non-members in the management of a private facility, but we're just discharging our responsibilities under the comp plan, and I just feel like the more information to justify taking a water feature, impervious or not, into a parking lot, the better off we would all be.
Okay, understood.
I also don't know why you decided to cover up the lake or the pond from Airport Pulling Road, recognizing that you might be driving at 45 miles an hour. There is an intersection there. Do people prefer to see live oaks to the pond? Was the pond unsightly? Does it look scummy? I mean, was there some reason why you were closing the pond in? Somebody make that decision for some reason?
If I could, I mean, I won't speak for Mr. Chalupa, our landscape architect, but I think it's a combination of trying to provide the buffering from the new parking lot so that you're layering our levels of landscaping so that the parking lot is not a visible element of the lake. You're still going to maintain a lake view, except for the trees that we're planting along Airport Road.
Right, well, that's my question. Did somebody decide, and why, that planting trees along Airport Road would be more,
Because the parking lot is going to be unsightly from Airport Pulling Road. That is why.
Okay, but I thought that they were gonna buffer the parking lot from Airport Pulling Road, not from the club, because it's so low in relation to the tee box. I mean, you'd have to really strain to look at see the parking lot from the club property, unless you're right on the road and parking there. In other words, the members wouldn't see the parking. Well, my sense was they wouldn't. Okay, so.
If I might, Mr. Selfon, I don't think that it wasn't an issue of buffering from the club itself, because given the fact that there's a wall and fencing and gates, I don't think that view is the view we're trying to shield. It was of a parking facility visible from Airport Road to the public.
Yeah, I agree, okay.
So it was a matter of, as Mr. Chalupa indicated, we're planting some canopy trees along the Airport Road frontage, but we're putting a hedge and trees right immediately adjacent to the parking lot so that hopefully the parking lot completely disappears from public view.
Okay, so I'm starting to make myself feel silly. So what you're saying is, as a secondary way of assuring that cars driving on Airport Pulling Road, admittedly at speed, don't see an unsightly parking lot, not only are you screening the parking lot, but you're putting trees right at Airport Pulling Road that'll make it more difficult to see the pond, but also the parking lot on the other side of it. That's what you've decided.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand all this. Mr. Chalupas, please.
Just for the record, again, Richard Chalupa. Those trees going in are, city code required heights, but as they mature, you will absolutely, just like any other live oak, you'll see underneath them. So there won't be any, physical barrier there. There's a canopy of those live oaks, so you're essentially not screening or,
Right.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Perry? Any questions, any further questions for the petitioner? Does the petitioner have any closing comments before we move to vote? Vice Chair Cross?
Before we move to, I would like to have a discussion before we vote.
We can. I just want to close out the comment. There were no public commenters. I should have asked for that. I saw no comments. Does your team on behalf of Gray Oaks have anything further to add, sir? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're at the time where the Planning Advisory Board members can talk before we decide on the vote. Vice Chair Cross.
Mr. Brooks, would you please read into the record, and I don't have my notes from yesterday, it was the ordinance that we read yesterday. Would you just read that into the record?
me for asking about changes in a PD development plan. That's
Yeah.
under section 58807. Any proposed significant change of an approved development plan submitted pursuant to this division, that's plan development, shall be submitted and processed in the same manner as an original application for establishment of a PD district. A significant change shall consist of an increase of total floor area of greater than 10% above that approved by city council, any increase in residential density, any addition of permitted or conditional uses, and any substantial change to traffic circulation, landscaping, or parking. Changes that are not significant by these standards may require design review and site plan review.
Thank you. So
Vice Chair Cross.
my issue is, what constitutes a substantial change? Because if this is a substantial change, Gray Oaks would have to resubmit their PD. And staff has argued that it is not a substantial change based on the size of the Gray Oaks PD, which is a reasonable assertion. However, in reading the ordinance, the people who determine whether it is a substantial change or not, it is the city of Naples. And so we need to look at the subject matter of 58.807, and the subject is the change itself. The subject is not the size of the PD. The subject is the change. And we have to ask ourselves, if this change were anywhere else in Naples, would it be a significant change? Do we historically treat this type of change as significant, or do we consider it insignificant? And I would submit that the city of Naples considers a change like this to be significant. And if it were a change to any other lake in the city of Naples, it would be significant. Historically, we have treated things far less significant than this as extremely significant. So I think we are instructed here in Ordinance 58.807 to follow our own history in terms of what we consider significant and what we do not consider significant, and that the size of the planned development is irrelevant to 58.807. So the change is significant, and the application is flawed. The Gray Oaks should have, if they want to make this significant change, go through the PD process again. They shouldn't be able to do it. They shouldn't be able to make a significant change with the simplified process they've adopted. It is a mistake, and otherwise, you can't just go create criteria that you can't say, oh, it's the size of the PD, and yeah, this would be significant if it were anywhere else in Naples, but because of the size of the PD, we're going to say it's not significant. That's wrong. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, would you mind reading the portion of the ordinance that discussed the measure of significance versus size? Is there anything dimensional in there or proportional?
If you want me to read just the words that would apply to parking, it would say, a significant change shall consist of any substantial changes to parking. So it's up to you whether this is substantial, a significant change that would require a PD rezoning. If so, then you could make that recommendation to council. If not, you can move forward with the site plan approval.
All right, well, they're adding
You want to ask staff also, there's no definition of substantial or significant.
Right, so they're adding 74 spaces. Do we know how many parking spaces there are in the overall PD? Are there hundreds, aren't there? Thousands?
Thousands. On this part of Gray Oaks, there are allowed 464 dwelling units. Each dwelling unit has to accommodate 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. That doesn't include the development that's part of the Moorings Park at Gray Oaks, so there's thousands of parking
Okay,
spaces.
so now if you, hold on for a second, Vice Chair Cross, if I can stay at my point. However, if you look at the parking proximate to the main clubhouse, which is just to the south of the parking facility, do we know how many parking places there are?
We do, and that's included in your backup material. There are existing at the clubhouse 116 parking spaces,
Okay, and they're adding 74,
and they're adding 74.
okay.
Not at that location.
No, but here, in the
Correct.
petition here is to add 74 spaces that will be supplementary to the 116 spaces. You may speak, sir, even though I said you couldn't. We're trying to help council make decisions, not.
Understood.
Not bully petitioners, although it might feel like that.
So, I'm Wayne Arnold, and so we're looking at this because it is proximate to the Estuary Club, but as Ms. Perry also indicated, it's meant to serve all of the Gray Oaks PD. So if you look at the 2 clubs combined, there's probably 600 parking spaces alone for the 2 country clubs themselves that serve the function for their clubhouse, 2 clubhouses, the healthcare facility, their pickleball courts, their tennis complex, all of those things combined together have probably 600 or so parking spaces. So if you're looking at it from the club function, adding the parking lot that you're seeing has 74 parking spaces in it. There's probably 25 existing parking spaces that are accounted for in the service road on any given day that employees are parking on it today. So the net is probably 50, plus or minus, is how I would look at that. And I don't think, in my professional opinion as a planner, that that's not a substantial change to the parking circulation or landscaping for the project.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, from my point of view, I would have preferred you added 5 or 10 spots in any one of your 20 existing lots, and then we wouldn't have to do this. That's what I would have done, but somebody decided they wanted to have the 74 spaces contiguous to each other. You have ample room in the PD to add 74 parking places without doing this. You've chosen not to do that for whatever reasons, maybe because you want to be able to shuttle the employees, maybe because you do have overflow for that particular facility. That's your decision. All I'm saying is, I would have liked to have seen it documented, but over looking at the number of facilities you have that have parking adjacent to them, you could have put the spaces in 10 different locations. It might not have been cost effective, it might not have been practical. This could be the best choice. All I was saying is, I wished you would have provided that information so we would know that when we make this decision, we're doing the least damage to the environmental impact and aspect of the club, which I'm sure you guys talk about and think about every day. The place is so beautiful, you couldn't possibly not care about the environment of it. It's just a wonderfully maintained facility. That's all. We just don't have all the information.
You're correct, and I'm sorry that you didn't have the benefit of our year plus we've spent looking at alternatives, but I can assure you every one of those alternatives, whether it would have been in the county portion of Gray Oaks or the city, we would have been back through the same site plan process because that's what you evaluate. These require site plan and engineering standards, and that's what staff has reviewed it against. But most of those places, for instance, on Gray Oaks proper, on the east side of Airport Road, those areas that we looked at were open spaces today. We would have been looking at open spaces because the areas that they have around the clubhouse today, they have a physical golf course that, could we modify a golf hole perhaps? Could we take away a driving range? I mean, those are options that we did look at. Could we build a parking garage? Those are options. But this looked to be the most cost-effective and the best option for getting a number of parking spaces in one spot where a shuttle could pick up employees and deliver them elsewhere in the site.
I believe you completely. However, some documentary information might have been helpful for us, and I think might be helpful for council. Nobody denies anything. You are a nonprofit club. You have no external revenues except from your members. So there's absolutely no incentive for you to do anything that's not cost effective and at the same time contribute to the beauty and operation of the club. We just didn't get that much information.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Cross, Vice Chair Cross, excuse me.
I agree that we did not get enough information. I would add, when I visited the site and spoke with an employee who I guess is a maintenance worker, I asked him, you ever have a problem parking? And he said, no, we don't have a problem. I never have a problem parking. I said, anyone else ever have a problem parking? Is there a problem parking here? And his response, he looked at me like I was nuts. It's like, no, nobody has a problem parking. So, I mean, if that were true, then Gray Oaks wouldn't be asking for additional parking. But, I think it's I think we're talking about event parking. And, this is an awfully big ask environmentally to accommodate event parking. We're a city that cares about the environment. We care about ficus trees. We care about ponds. This is significant by our criteria, which is the criteria which is the criteria we're supposed to be using according to Ordinance 58-807. And I don't see the need. I don't think that the need justifies the solution. To say nothing of it being the incorrect approach.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Cross. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'm ready for someone to make a motion regarding resolution, hold on, let me get the number of the resolution up. You may.
22 SP3.
Mr. Phillips? Oh, Ms. Tyler, I apologize.
That's okay. I'm still new and feeling my way around this, but if you're going to motion, that's the end of discussion and end of any questions, is that right?
At this point, we'll have a motion. After there's a motion, I still could call for discussion before the vote, and then you can explain your vote as you like. But there will be no more opportunity to question petitioner or staff. So if you'd like to, go right now.
Thank you. I just had another, to the landscape architect, Mr. Chalupa, is it?
Chalupa.
Yes, and it was just prompted by something that Mr. Cross brought up, so, Vice Chair Cross. Thank you. It was just subject to the 7 ficus trees. How old would you say those ficus trees are? And how tall are they? What's the size of them?
It could be 50, 60 years. Not sure exactly, but.
So they're pretty mature,
yeah.
mature ones. Are they at their life expectancy, or how long does a typical ficus tree live?
They're not at their life expectancy. Luckily, they made it through Irma. A lot of ficus trees got blown over for Irma. But no, they're not at their life expectancy by any means.
And those ones that you'd be proposing tearing out, you'd be replacing with green buttonwoods?
Green buttonwoods, yes, for the parking lot.
Okay, very.
No, okay.
That was, I just overheard what Vice Chair Cross had said, that the ficus trees that are coming out are getting replaced with other greenery rather than being paved over. Is that correct? Or are the ficus trees going to be the site where a portion of the parking lot is going to occupy?
A portion of the parking lot.
Is going to occupy where the ficus trees were. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I just want to say anecdotally that ficus sap is toxic. You don't want to get it on you. We have a ficus tree over a former koi pond of ours, and when Charlie came through, a branch fell in, killed all the koi. So as attractive as they are, you don't want to work with ficus trees without having gloves on.
They're not indigenous.
And they're not indigenous, but they have a toxic white sap. I don't have anything similar to say about live oaks. Vice Chair Cross, did you have something else? No. Okay. We're ready for a motion for resolution relating to site plan petition 22-SP3. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
I move that we approve it.
I second.
Motion from Mr. Dabney to approve resolution 22-022 blank associated with site plan petition 22-SP3 as proposed with the staff limitations There were none.
Just the sufficiency letter be applied?
Okay, and that's in the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in accordance with the site plans, I find it in section 2. Thank you, Ms. Perry. And it was seconded by Mr. Phillips. Any further discussion? All right, will the clerk please poll the panel?
Member Veras?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cross?
No.
Member Fiore?
No.
Member Dabney?
Yes.
Member Coughlin?
Yes.
Member Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Selfon?
No. So it's approved 4-3. I think you all know what you might need to do to get a more positive vote from council, and thank you all very much. At this point, we are concluded on item 6G. I'm now asking, is there any public comment from anyone in the audience? Anyone? Bueller? No one? With respect to anything not on the agenda? And we're ready for then correspondence and communication, unless staff has anything. Our next meeting is in August.
I was going to say, reminder, no meeting in July.
No meeting in July, August 10th, as I recall?
I believe you are correct.
Okay. Correspondence and communication, Mr. Coughlin.
Nothing, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there. Ms. Veras?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Ms. Fiore?
Can we have an update on the vision plan? Inclusion in the comp plan?
On the vision plan.
Anything we've heard yet?
Yeah, once we start workshopping all those things with all the elements with city council, it'll all come back to the PAB as a group. So that hasn't been scheduled yet.
Okay. Do we know what's holding it up?
Well, we're going into recess, so council's not meeting until August.
Okay. Can we address the vision plan and staff reports in the future?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, explain what that,
So we do an analysis in the staff reports against the elements of the comprehensive plan.
yes, you do.
Currently, the vision is not incorporated. The vision that was adopted has not been incorporated into the comprehensive plan. So she's asking if we can do, I will say, council did just ask us, we used to address the vision in our agenda memorandums for council, and they just asked us to remove that. So.
The return on vision, the ROV?
Yeah, they asked that we do not put that in the agenda memorandums.
What was the reason for that?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
But I can find out.
Okay, so in principle, I guess I didn't appreciate, Ms. Fiore, that our vision wasn't in the comp plan, because I always try to think of it. I always thought that we should put on the wall our vision statement, the one sentence, so we could look at it. But I'm not sure we have the budget for that. But I mean, it wouldn't bother me if it was up on the wall. So, all right. So, notwithstanding what they've said, does anyone here object to Ms. Fiore's suggestion that there be some explicit statement in the various staff reports about any adverse impact, at least, of the petitions contrary to the vision? Here, Ms. Tyler, please.
Are we talking about the petitioners that just were in front of us?
No, going forward.
Okay. With respect to the Gray Oaks, are we talking about the vision?
Just in general, no, just in general. But basically, the staff spends its time doing an elaborate and hopefully successful review of the various petitions against the comprehensive plan. Ms. Fiore's making the correct point that technically our vision plan, our beloved vision plan, has not been formally incorporated in the comprehensive plan, so it's not separately treated in that. Is that correct?
Yeah, the vision plan, the current vision plan was adopted after the last comprehensive plan cycle, so.
Okay, so what Ms. Fiore is asking is, as an additional evaluation element in the staff reports that come to us from the staff on future petitions, that there be some treatment and statement of issues that the staff has identified with respect to the petition and the vision plan, even though it's not part of the comp plan.
Very good. Thank you. That was helpful.
Is that okay? Did I state? I hate putting words in anybody's mouth, but that was okay? Okay. So hearing no objection, if you don't mind doing that, I think that would be helpful. Anything else, Ms. Fiore? No. Mr. Dabney?
Nothing.
Vice Chair Cross.
I have one thing along the same lines, and I think your suggestion was excellent. We will be in recess. We have gone through and offered our edits to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, is kind of, it needs a lot, the comprehensive plan needs a lot of work. And I wonder if it would be productive if we asked Mr. Brooks to take a crack at revising the comprehensive plan. And if that would be in keeping with the process that you said staff and council was going to, if that would be in keeping with the workshop process. But it is our responsibility, the PAB's responsibility is to keep the comprehensive plan current. And the comprehensive plan is not current, and I don't think that we, as a group meeting once a month, have the capacity to catch it up on our own. So it would be nice if Mr. Brooks took a crack at further revising the comprehensive plan and brought that back to us in August, if he could.
Okay, so comprehensive plan cycle from the state is 7 years? Is that right?
Correct.
For the EAR, evaluation and appraisal report, when was the last time we did an EAR
The
report?
last would have been 2016, I believe. We last amended it. It was finally adopted, I believe, at the beginning of 2018.
So we're coming up close to that, right?
What's that?
Are we coming up close on the next EAR cycle?
Next 27 years would be next year.
Yeah.
So if our deadline is 2023, excuse me, I'm getting too far, then we obviously need to start in 2022. Can't start in 2023 to get anything done that
It's a
year.
lot of work. They actually have a table you have to fill out and look at changes to statutes and compare it. Typically, an outside consultant would do that, but it's something we could begin working at
Well-
with staff. The
Well,
problem
let me just
being-
say, one of the things we've never done since I've been on the planning board, much less the chair, is we have the authority to recommend to council hiring of outside consultants to do things just like this. There is supposedly some budget associated with our activities, which has been untapped for years. So, consistent with what Mr. Cross is suggesting, I think at the very least, for our meeting in August, can we get a proposal from staff and the attorney for hiring some kind of outside consultant so that we can start a path forward through the procurement department? I guess city council.
Yeah,
Trying
we
to
can
remember,
put
I
an
think-
initial discussion item on the agenda and put some material together
Yeah.
for you to look at.
Right. I mean, I think if we need to have something done in 2023, let's start now. And if the planning board can task an outside consultant to do that, to facilitate the legal review, then let's do that. Vice Chair Cross.
Are we prohibited from hiring Mr. Brooks' law firm to do that?
Well, we are your council, so we will be here when we're part of that process. Some things require planners to calculate open space ratios and FARs. It's not something, anything involved math, I'm not too good at.
Okay,
But in terms of drafting an EAR report and EAR-based amendments and the text and the narrative and the language and making sure we have supporting data and analysis for all of those, that's something we would normally do.
Right, and I believe there's probably a mature industry of consultants that do this in the state of Florida. So let's ask you all to get together and have something for us to look at in August, whether we then make a recommendation to council or we recommend to the city manager that they start some task order process through your procurement process. But let's agree to get that started. Yes, sir.
Could we
Vice Chair
agree
Cross.
to recommend that to council now? Because they're going to meet in the
I'm
immediate future.
confident that council won't have time to take anything new up next week.
Okay.
So let's get the process started. August 10th's not that far, it's 2 months from today. So, but I agree with Mr. Cross that it's not that we're out of date on the comp plan, but we need to look ahead or we're not gonna get our work done in a timely fashion. Meanwhile, let's all remember, we can't do anything with the comp plan until the property rights, by God, is put in. Okay, anything else, Vice Chair Cross? Mr. Phillips? Nothing. Ms. Tyler?
Nothing.
Okay, so up to me, so thank you all. I think this was a very challenging and complicated week, and I think we all worked together very well, and welcome all the new members to the board, and I think everybody's been very helpful, and thank you all very much. And unless staff has anything to add?
Nope.
We are then adjourned. Thank you all.